she started this tradition of women's world champion from
By
Georgia.
the way, I'm her son.
Okay, I wanted to ask this question. I wanted to have the follow-up.
The grand
one. So, and you will be doing the commentary, the expert commentary of today's round. 64 players are left because the first round was something more of a warm-up. What do you think, Valery?
Yes, actually it was a tough games also. In the tie breaks we have some drama, some unexpected results, and we're glad now to see the main army, we can say that, the 21 top players that join us today. So let's see how it goes.
So for those of you who join us only today, let's have a look at the highlights, yes,
Sure.
of the previous round. For the moment, we have some technical difficulties, so we don't have the highlights for the moment. Then maybe we should remind our audience about the format. So at the beginning, we had the first round where the 43 players left the tournament, and the 21 players are joining, so the top seed are joining us today. So 64 players are left. We have 32 matches today. We have a lot of cameras, but unfortunately we cannot cover all the 32 matches. So we'll, of course, focus on the first 10. Like clashes.
Minus plus, yeah.
Minus plus, but I've seen that the pairings are simply incredible. I could see that the 22nd match is already Carissa Yip against Irina Krajš. There's so many stories to tell. So I hope that, of course, we will be able to cover all of them in details. Some of them maybe will be more wild than the others, depending on the style of the players in these events. I played them so many times, Valery. And, you know, at the beginning I was trying to have this maximalistic approach, but then I understood that this system favors those who know how not to make a lot of mistakes, you know, so to be very solid.
That's true. And yesterday, by the way, we saw that it's a very big advantage when somebody is a good blitz player.
Okay, so of course we will have the tie breaks covered for you as well. Yesterday it was a very exciting day. So let's have a look maybe now at all of the graphics, like the schedule, format, prize font, and maybe some of the players which are going to be introduced. So this is the format of the event. At the beginning we had so many players which were representing 46 federations, but only 64 players are left. There is a classical time control of 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move, and then after move 40 you have 30 minutes added and 30 seconds per move remaining. And what is very important, of course, the winner of the World Cup and the top 3 finishers, they will qualify for the Women's Candidates Tournament, which will be organized in 2026. There is an incredible prize fund in this event, almost $700,000. And as you can see, how the prize fund is distributed. So how big are the prizes, the closer you come to the first place. So the runner-up gets $35,000 and the winner gets $50,000.
Yeah, I like the winner's one.
So it's like winner takes all, of course. It's very important. Do we have the pairings for this second round? I think we will bring them to you shortly. Let's maybe introduce the players. I had a look at the the pairings of the round 2. The favorites, the top seeds, are entering the event only from this stage, Valery. So what do you think about the domination of the Chinese players?
Okay, I prefer to don't do any comments about that.
Okay, then we have Charlize live with us. Maybe she will tell us something about it.
Sure.
We are live today in a much emptier playing hall, and that's one of the most somber things about this knockout event is that we say goodbye to so many players. But today we also say hi to 21 of our top players who have joined the fight. Of course, a lot of them battled it out in the first round, and some of the players even went to playoffs, like Anastasia here. Anastasia, do you feel well prepared after all the chess you just played before this tough game today?
I tried my best. I think I studied a lot, and I'm very excited to play one more round.
Well, thank you so much, and good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
And good luck to you too, Katerina. So, as I said, a lot of our players are gone, but an interesting fact is that 64 players are here today, and we all know that's a magic chess number. So, tough games, big games, exciting games to come. Stay tuned. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Charlize. It's so exciting. Like, I feel that I am there, you know, when Charlize is live from the studio. But we have another surprise for you. So a message from the FIDE president, Mr. Dvorkovich Arkady.
Welcome everyone to the Women's World Cup in Batumi, Georgia, 2025. It's nice to be back in the country who raised the beautiful generation of the best women players in the world, starting from Nona Gaprindashvili, followed by Maya Chiburdanidze, Nana Esiliani, Nana Alexandria, Nino Goreli, and others. And it's good that we are showing the best of women's talents here in Batumi again. We are coming here just after the Cadets World Cup, so we saw the young generation of players, young boys and girls here, and now the best ladies are following the suit. So we wish everyone good luck. We're enjoying the traditional Georgian hospitality and enjoy the games.
Welcome back to our studio in Batumi, sunny Batumi, Georgia. Round 2 of the FIDE World Cup, Women's World Cup, and now we'll show you the pairings, of course. So the world champion is Zhu Wenjun, Chinese player. So we can show you the pairings and all of these players who are striving to get into the candidates tournament, so they will be able to challenge Zhu Wenjun in 2026. So 3 Chinese players are entering the event.
So on the first board we have here Lei Ting against Francisco Guecamburu Candela, who won the first stage. Second board we have Alina Saab Mobina against Zhu Jiner. Next we have Tan Zhongyi against Kirtadze Anastasia. By the way, Kirtadze Anastasia is a young Georgian chess player who beat Anna Metnadze in the first round in the tie breaks.
And I think she's the local here.
No, the local is another one.
Is another one. Oh, it's like, because I thought she's representing Batumi.
No, this one is from Kutaisi.
Okay, Kutaisi, okay.
So next we have Havdamova against Koneru Hampi, Muzichuk Anna Gaponenko Ina. Wow, that we have the
Ukrainian derby at the 5th board, and it's like sort of a clash of generation, and Ina and Anna, they were playing for the Ukrainian team as well, so it's never easy.
Yes,
you know?
Then there is Kamalidenova against Goryachkina Alexandra. Of course, it will be very interesting to take a look at Goryachkina's performance in this tournament. Next, we have Lakhno Katerina against Avramidou Anastasia. Then Charochkina against Zagnidze, and Muzichuk Maria Cervantes Landeiro Talia, which is another young and talented chess player from US. Then we have Nandida, I hope I'm pronouncing that last name correctly, playing against Dronavalli Harika. So they are both from India, right? Almira, I think so. Yeah,
yes,
Nandida
of course, it's
and
an old
Dronavalli.
Indian derby.
Then Vaishali against Meili Jade Aule and Mamadova Gulnar Shuvalova Polina. We also have Kosteniuk Alexandra against Padmini Road and so on.
Yes, but we have so many interesting matches. I just wanted to go down because, yes, that's why I wanted to mention Alina Kashlinskaya against Monova Umide, a young star from Uzbekistan.
Yes. She's a great blitzer, by the way.
So yes, you've been commentating the
She's some
tie-breaks
world
yesterday.
champion in youth category and so on. A lot of titles in blitz and rapid she has.
Oh my God, okay, I'm so glad I don't have to play those tie breaks, because those are the moments where there is so much pressure, the players are getting ready. But yes, another matches, for example, from Yefremsky Marcel against Rabid Zemeri. So Georgian players are also starting, a lot of them are starting the tournament only today. Leila Javakishvili against Fataliva Ulvia, Irina Krash against Carissa Yip.
That will be a great match.
This will be a very, very important match for both players. But I guess that starting from the round 2, each move, like every game, is incredibly important. So what strategy the players are going to have with the white pieces in this event?
Yes. Actually, we are mentioning that in this kind of system of the tournament, it is just very dangerous and very bad, I can say it straightly, to lose the game. For example, compared to the round-robin system, you can get back in the tournament after losing, but here, losing the game is giving a very big advantage to the opponent. So, connected to that, each move, of course, is super important and decisive.
Starting from the price of the mistake, is very high, of course. Valery, another match which is absolutely stunning, and I think that we will have to cover it, is Alice Lee, who is only 15. She is playing against Anna Schuchman, who is 16.
Wow, yeah.
So what are we going to do today?
We have to take a look at them also.
Of course. So, oh my God, the match number 32, you would not believe it if I wouldn't have told it.
Okay.
It's Elina Danilyan against Antoaneta Stefanova. The heavyweights of this event. Antoaneta, she was the former world champion, is such a strong player, and I cannot believe the pairings are made in such way that at the last board, the players of the similar strengths are facing each other.
Yeah, we can feel it mostly in the second round, because in the first round it was quite big difference between the rating of the opponents. It was kind of 400 or even 500.
And the round has just started. Lei Tingji, the top seed. Okay, now you have Ju Jinner on your screen, and she's going probably for the Nidorf. Let's see if Mabina Elinasab, she will go for the main lines, or she will play maybe Bishop B5 here.
Yeah, so Almira, we have 15 minutes delay of the live, so
yes, that's
we
why
don't have the games yet.
Of course, that's why we are showing you the games on the screen. So Lei Tingji started her game with C4, the English opening. C5 is one of the most interesting replies, but of course you can play E5, E6, Knight F6. But C5 is not allowing white to play D4, of course.
Yes.
One of the reasons. E5 with the same idea. So Knight F3 to play D4, Knight C6. And Lei Tingji goes for D4 anyway. So let's see. It might have come also as a surprise for her opponent. A young player from Argentina. C takes D4, Knight takes D4 will follow, of course. So is she going with black here for the variation, which starts with E6?
Let's see which one. Alina Sab Mobina, right? Oh,
yes.
No.
This is
Francisco Gesamburu Candela B.
Yes, we moved from the second board to the first board. So she goes Knight F6, and Knight C3 might transpose as well. She can play E6 here.
Or maybe she is not going to play E6 at all.
Yes, exactly. Who knows? Yes, let's see.
She can play G6, she can play D6.
Lei Tingji
I think
is
it has to
very
be
confident.
preparation, home preparation.
Of course, at this stage, you are studying all the games of your opponents. Because you have to get out of the opening with black, especially against such a strong opponent. So in order to have a fight, yes.
By the way, it was a very interesting moment yesterday to see that it was the tie break. So first was rapid, then again rapid, then blitz, then again another blitz, and the players were playing the same openings. And how between the rounds the coaches were saying that don't repeat that and just do another move. The preparation is, of course, the too important.
Of course, the preparation is very important, but also, especially during the tie-break period, like it's the value of the surprise is very important.
For sure.
So maybe let's show our third board, where you have also the former world champion Tan Zhongyi entering the event and who is playing against the young Georgian player.
Yes,
yes,
that will be very interesting to see.
You know her better, yes?
Yes, yes. By the way, she's a lot of the, compared to her age, it's a lot of time that she's playing chess. She started playing chess from 5 years old, now she's 16, so it's already 11 years that she's in chess. And quite experienced compared to her age, quite experienced. Yeah, we remember that in European Championship, she was leading for 8 rounds. She even beat the champion there in the first round and was leading the tournament until the 8th round.
So for sure she is having a bright future in front of her. So we just have the positions. Oh, like Tan Zhongyi, that's not the same image. It's the image from the... Yes, so here it is.
Here we are.
Anastasia is having the black pieces here, and a very rare occurrence. No, Valery, the Nemtsov with
yes,
A3.
Nemtsovich with A3. Actually, in my childhood, my coach was saying when somebody is playing bishop b4 or bishop g4 or bishop g5, bishop
yes.
b5, that one is going to take that knight anyway. So you don't have to force it. That's just a joke, of course. A3 is one of the lines, but not the main lines, definitely not the main lines in Nemtsovich.
But A3 is a very interesting move. Why? Because it defines immediately the structure
yes.
of the Nemtsovich opening, and that means that you have to, or maybe like Tan Zhongyi, she spotted that Anastasia is not familiar with the structure, you know, so she's not doing well. Or maybe haven't played enough games, you know, to have a deeper understanding. That's how you're trying to catch your opponent.
Could be, yes, but also I will say that Anastasia is doing that quite much. I mean, this opening, and she feels here quite okay, because her coach was one of the stars of the Nemtsovich in Georgia, who loves just to play Nemtsovich system all the time, and he was teaching her that opening, so she's also doing here okay.
And this is, of course, one of the most complex openings, I think, there
yes,
is in chess, because
yes, it is.
The structures that you can get are so different.
Yeah. It's very interesting view. You see, no one of them is looking at the board. They are looking around.
Because the thing is, the position that we have, maybe...
Yeah, it's the same position
yes.
on the board. We have the current position.
But why do we have two boards? It's like it's analysis board.
Yes, one board is analysis, one is a live.
Okay,
yes. So one is a board where I can do the moves.
Okay, but so let's show the moves just at bishop b4, like here. So bishop b4, for those maybe who are not familiar with the chess openings.
Yeah, so the main line still is queen c2, I think so. Queen c2 in Nemtsovich, or e3.
e3, more solid also, line, of course.
Also, there is knight f3, g3 lines, and one of them is a3. One of them is a3, what happened in our game.
And there is one peculiar line, Valery, f3.
f3, yes.
Well, just in case.
f3 you know, and d5 for black, yes, this is also the line. And queen b3.
Queen b3
queen
as
b3
well.
Is also. So in this game we have a3, take on c3, take on c3, and it seems like it was a little bit surprising for Anastasia, or she was not well prepared exactly in this line, and you are quite right when you are saying maybe it was like a, you know, something new to offer to the opponent.
But what I like, Valery, here is that she takes her time. Even though she knows this opening, but when faced with a a surprise, you know, she is not blitzing the moves, like showing, okay, you didn't surprise me, because psychological advantage is also very important in those matches.
True. I agree. I agree.
So she is considering her next moves.
But she's just looking on the left. That's a very, very nice fact. She's not looking at the look at her. You see? She's looking so here.
But she's looking on the left. I think it's only because she doesn't want to look at the board. She might as well, you know, look at the ceiling, you know, just because she doesn't want to look at the pieces. Maybe she's trying to remember a position that she once studied. It's actually a very powerful image, because chess players, they're looking somewhere else, but it doesn't mean that they're not thinking about the position.
Yes, that's true. That's true. But still, I had the feeling that she was thinking about what she was watching at. Okay.
And the thing is just here to explain maybe something that she's considering. C5.
And here we are, B6.
B6, okay, because it's the matter of taste. Which structure do you want to play? Do you want to put your bishop on b7? Do you want to
yes,
fix the
another
pawns?
option is to play d6 and then e5 after queen e7 to push e5. That's another option.
And you also have d5. So
Yes.
many moves, you know, to choose in this position. So maybe that's why Tang went for this line.
Oh, she's very well prepared. You see, f3, immediate answer.
F3 is actually the main move in this position, because the bishop is going to be developed on b7. So f3, and if bishop b7, then e4. And what is your bishop doing then?
Yes, in case bishop b7, that e4.
So it's very interesting, because I just had a look at the database, Larry. So one of the top moves here is after b6 you will play knight c6, and actually you play b6 not with the idea of putting the bishop on b7,
But on e6.
but on a6, yes, attacking the pawn, exactly.
So the main move here for black should be d5.
No, knight c6 actually.
Knight c6
yes,
is
was
main
played
move.
many times.
Oh.
I don't know like what are the statistics, but even between the computers on a very high level, so the computer go immediately knight c6, e4, knight a5, and then you know that this pawn is more or less doomed, because you will play bishop a6, so white goes c5.
And in case of e5, black goes on g8, right?
I think so, because like I've
Or
seen.
maybe on h5.
Let me see if there have been games played on this. It's a very unusual position, and a very interesting opening choice from Tan Zhongyi, because she is trying to get her opponent out of the book.
Yeah, that's
She
true.
has to play on her own, starting from the move maybe 6-7.
Yes, actually stronger players usually bet on the middle game or end game to don't have some fixed positions in the opening.
I actually like your question, because Valeria, I think that e5 maybe is not so much in the spirit of the position, because
Yes, but
you
just
don't want to
concrete
open the
is
you don't want
just
to open the
interesting.
position, but then maybe knight g8. Let's
Knight
try,
g8,
yes.
yeah, this is what I was thinking
I
about.
like actually your move knight g8,
Knight g8, why not? Knight
and
on
it
g8.
shows how you need to understand all the plans. So you need to adjust. e5 is played back on g8, then you will develop it maybe
On
on
e7,
e7 and
yeah.
f5 next.
No problem. So in the game was d5, Almira.
So she went for another structure. Okay, so she played b6. Then her idea is to change the light square bishops. d5.
Still from a6. You mean
Yes,
that?
still from a6. The thing is, Valeria, I played once a game myself with black in this variation. It actually came with the line from f3. And I realized that after d5, c takes d5, and I think this is exactly what happened on the board. Let's see, c takes d5.
Has to be e takes, right?
Yes, e takes. Let's say I will simply play e3.
Okay.
And I also remember one classical game, I think lost by, no, won by Batumi, because here, after bishop a6, You cannot. First of all, let's
First
show.
castle,
Yes.
right?
But,
Yeah,
but let's
bishop
show the
a6,
trick. Yes.
then there is take
Then you
on
simply
a6.
lose a
take
piece,
and
of
queen
course.
a4 check.
So it's a very well-known trick. But castle first. Then even bishop d3. And let's say you realize your dream plan. You know, you're playing bishop a6. You are riding on your white horse. You're so happy. But the thing is, I realized myself when I was playing this position with black that you have no counterplay.
Yeah.
So bishop
You
e6.
are kind of pushing on the queen side, but nothing special is happening there.
So knight e2, you're going to play with white. Bishop d3, queen d3. Let's say rook e8. You do not allow e4, of course. Castle. And this pawn formation, c3, d4, e3, f3. Because c5, I think, is necessary here. You know, you have to strike in the center. It allows you sometimes to play even g4 here.
Yes.
How do you like this position?
I like it.
You can switch your plans. You can play knight g3, play e4. You can play g4. And that's why this position is very interesting. So Tan is
it's a little
definitely
bit
going...
difficult to play with black.
Yes. For something like this, because even if you develop your knight on c6, okay, let's say maybe it's not the best square, but I want to play knight c6, knight a5, according, you know, to the standard maneuvers. But then what?
Yeah, that's a good question. Then what?
Then rook c8, of course, and with a very complicated play. So I think.
But you know, the fact that black does not have any problems connected to any piece is kind of already okay.
Yes.
For black. Okay, maybe let's move to another.
Yes, at our next
game.
board, at the board number 4, where you have another heavyweight, Hampi Conero, another favorite of
against
this event.
Hamdanova Fruza.
Yes, playing against the facing the young player from Uzbekistan. And Hampi is playing the opening Spanish, from what I see. Yes.
So it was happening like this: castle taking on e4, taking back on e5, knight c5, c3, and d4. This is the position we have right now.
This is the tabia of this variation. Hampi has played it, I think, many times already.
As well as Hamdanova, maybe.
Well, I haven't, you know, there are too many players in this event, because normally what I would do if I'm doing commentary, let's say there are 20 or like at least 12, I am checking all the opponents.
Yes.
But here, I was...
Here we have too much.
Yes,
too much.
I was having too much preparation for
it was even more
round.
in the first round.
By the way, huge shout out to Katie Tsatsalashvili, you know, who was here during the first round. She did a wonderful job, and I think that I wanted to highlight that how important this tournament is for all of the women players, because it's one of their unique chances to face the elite players. And
at the same time, a very good prize fund.
Of course, the good prize fund. So professional conditions are very important. They're increasing, of course. And it's a unique chance to fight for the spot in the candidates tournament. Just from one tournament, there are 3 spots.
One tournament and not many games to play. You know?
Exactly.
I mean, in
so
a few
you just
games.
have to win one match after another. I wanted to have a look. How many World Cup winners do we have? By the way, this is the 3rd edition of the World Cup. Before we had the World Championship, which were organized in a knockout format. But it's a historical, let's say, tournament which gave birth to the World Cup. We have Alexandra Goryachkina, who won the World Cup in
2023?
Last World Cup, yes. Yeah. And then Alexandra Kostyniuk, she won the World Cup, the inaugural World Cup in 2021. So we will see who is going to be the winner of
Okay, let's take a look at Muzichuk Anna against Kaponenko Ina.
So match number 5.
We have French defense here with d takes e4 variation. And later bishop d7 and bishop c6. So the main line here is knight b d7, knight f3 and knight f6. That's the main line. But there is bishop d7 also, knight f3. This is a side line, bishop c6 and bishop d3. So the idea for black is just to develop the bishop wall on c6 and play knight f6 later. But still, these positions are slightly better for white. White can just capture on f6, capture and castle. The problem of bishop on c6 is that it is hitting facing knight e5, and there is some troubles of that bishop later. Let's see what black will do here.
Well, Ina, she's a very, very tenacious player, first of all. So she went for this sideline because she understands the structure, of course. What is interesting for me, Valeria, and I wanted to ask you the first opening question, because very often white is castling first. So is Anna Muzychuk considering in the near future like castling long?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? So she will still castle?
Not in this line.
Not in this line. Okay.
Yeah.
So after queen e2, knight f6, I wanted to see what is the difference. Ah, okay. So she's in this line, by the way. If you play queen e2 first and not c3, I wanted to show you what is the difference.
So instead of c3.
Yes.
Queen
so
e2.
queen e2, knight gf6. Okay, all the moves are standard, and Ina actually likes to think a lot. She's burning a lot of time, so maybe that's why she went for this opening where all the moves are rather simple to make. So we need to understand the difference here. And after knight f6 here, Gelfand won a game against Movsisyan where he played knight eg5. But here black takes knight f3. So black actually wants to take the knight on f3 here. And after knight f3, c5. That's why I think that Anna first starts with this move c3. She is protecting the pawn on d4, and she is anticipating the variation with c5, because black will play
So if black
c5
plays
anyway.
knight f6 anyway here, you are saying white will do knight g5?
No, I think that white might play knight f6 here, because
And just castle.
knight f6 and castle, yes.
Because taking on f3 here is not so promising for black, because first of all the pawn is hanging on b7 that black could not do c5.
No, but here you have to play c6, and
C6
we get
and,
a typical position. Yes, where you have
the Karpov loves to play with black.
Karpov loves it. He holds those positions very well. But at the same time, the computer showed us that white
is better.
White is better.
White is
has
better.
a long-term advantage.
Yes.
And you have a pair of bishops.
That's true.
You have to play c4 later, of course. Maybe b4, even bishop d2, b4, bishop c3. But it's a game.
It's very interesting to understand what is Ina thinking about in this position. Is there any other obvious moves than knight f6?
The thing is, she's trying to understand why Anna didn't castle. I told you. So she played c3 first. And she puzzled Ina. And that's how players burn time. Maybe knight gf6 is obvious, but a player of Ina's caliber, which has a very classical education, she's not just making quick moves. She's thinking, okay, what is the difference?
So she's not thinking even about the move candidates. So no, she's just thinking why the opponent played c3.
Yes, of course, she needs to find out. If like, so should she take on
Or
e4
maybe she's
here?
thinking how good it will be if the opponent will play castle.
Should she start with bishop e7 because on knight f6 maybe you cannot play bishop g5, you know, all those kind of things. But knight gf6, of course, is a very interesting move. By the way, I just came across a game where Bahadur Jabava played h6.
Here with
The
black.
waiting move. Yes, there are very few games. A World Cup actually in Tbilisi, so it was a classical game, and against Sigurov he also plays. So these are not blitz games. So Bahadur clearly thinks that h6 here is a very useful move. So first he wants white to castle.
Also, it gives a chance to take on f6 with the queen. Right? I think so. That, for example, after castle, knight f6, take on f6, and take with the queen.
Take with the queen, and maybe you can play even long castle g5. I don't know.
Yes, why
Everything
not? Also on f3, that knight is already kind of hanging, and the difference is that when we are taking on f6 with the knight for black, then appears e5 square.
Yes.
That knight e5 is very unpleasant for black. So that makes sense. h6 makes sense.
It's a very interesting move, you know. So, by the way, after knight g6 in this game, which was played, it's no h6 castle. Okay, you have to castle. What else do you do here? You castle with white. Knight ed2. Knight g6, and then knight ed2 was played because Grandmaster Sugirov, he decided that he didn't want to allow like knight f6, queen f6. And so he played, knight d2, and then knight c4, fighting for the e5 square.
Yes.
Even allowing bishop f3. You see, how is this possible? It's bishop f3 and c6. Yes, okay. So it's a very interesting opening conception. A lot is still to be seen because this is the move. This is a very early stage of the game.
And Ina already start diving in the position. Yeah, too much. It's a little bit too much.
So let's move to the next game, match number 6.
We did not mention one thing, that Muzichuk Anna also thought for 10 minutes on that move. So Ina has even more time now on the clock. She has 1 hour 25 minutes and Anna has 1 hour 21 minutes. Okay.
So our next match is Alexandra Goryachkina. Alexandra Goryachkina, she's the title holder. She won the World Cup in 2023, and she is playing a young player from Kazakhstan. They're on your screen right now.
And what we
was this
here?
Berlin or Petrov? Oh, Berlin. Okay, let's have. I think Berlin.
Yeah.
Yes, from the structure. Her young opponent went for a symmetrical structure. Here, at least, you're sure that normally you're not going to lose this with white.
Yes.
You know, so
yes. That's very solid from that point of view. And okay, it's kind of the fact that we can understand that against such a strong player, you like to be solid, and maybe if you are a good blitz player, maybe bet on the tie breaks. Otherwise, when you are white, still, I think you have to press a little bit. Does not matter who is the opponent, because then where is your chance? If draw, I mean, with the white, then it will be more tough to continue much with the black colors. But there are different strategies. For example, one of them, if you are a good blitz player.
Of course, and here in this match, Valery, what do you think about the strategy overall? Alexandra Goryachkina is a very good player with white pieces, so she's like a boa constrictor. She's trying to squeeze water from the stone. So let's say this was a very good strategy for the first game in the match. Symmetrical structure, she probably knows her plans, so mirrored, she knows her plans, and this game will end up in a draw. What is she going to do tomorrow against Alexandra with the black pieces?
Waiting for her chance.
So it's
what else to do?
I always feel
Almira, when you are playing against Goryachkina, you are already in trouble.
This is true. I agree with you.
So you can choose any strategy. You can choose any strategy.
And also, I know Alexandra very well. She plays for our team in the European Club Cup for many years, and she's an incredibly solid player with this classical approach to chess. So first you need to equalize with black. she's not going to take any risks today. If the position is equal, she's not going to say that, okay, I'm like 200 points higher.
Yeah, that's important
Yes.
fact. Yeah, because there are some chess players who just needs to win, wants to win, and doing everything, and being too risky is a little bit dangerous.
Alexandra
Because
is
no
actually-
one is a weak player now
Exactly.
here.
What I wanted to say is so being in the head of Alexandra Gerechka, let's like put ourselves in the head of Alexandra Gerechka. Okay, like, oh my God, the position is equal with black. There was nothing, dangerous in the opening, so I can breathe. I still have to be precise to make a few moves. By the way, here after c3, what is she supposed to play? Should she
played
play
bishop
bishop
h5.
d6? Oh, she played bishop h5 first. I thought that maybe she should start with bishop d6 with the idea of replacing the knight to e7. But
It
she
seems
started
like
with
she's just
bishop
clearly
h5.
equalizing the position. Otherwise, what's the point of bishop h5? To play on bishop d3, bishop g6 to trade those bishops?
Because I also thought maybe she wants to play bishop d6 after bishop f4 is played. What do you think? She's simply anticipating
That could be,
h3.
yes, that could be. But by itself, what's the point of bishop h5 if not to trade from g6? What could be the other idea of the bishop h5?
Could
Yeah.
be as well. The idea, once again, is maybe to
Interesting.
anticipate h3, g4. I don't know, knight e5, but this is not the line where this can happen. So if white plays bishop d3, wait. I think I know. In some of the openings, you are untangling yourself and pinning yourself by playing queen d3. But then she wants to play maybe bishop g6. It's a strange way. She wants to play queen d3, knight
So,
e5.
you want to say that the white we are going to play queen d3 here?
Let's try. This is a crazy idea. I've seen it
So,
during
for example,
my
bishop
analysis. So
d6.
queen d3 here.
And queen d3.
And let's say you can still play maybe bishop h5. You cannot. Queen f5. I know bishop g6, queen d5. You can. Yes.
Bishop h2.
Yes, bishop h2 you can. So let's say here, if you make a move like knight e7, maybe a natural move, can I do something strange here? Knight e5.
I think here black could
Can get better, yes, after bishop f5.
and then f6 somewhere if I need so.
No, I cannot play comfortably. I want to, to launch an attack, queen f3 maybe, but then bishop b4, even this is crazy idea, yes.
What, even f6?
Yes. No, this is terrible. So then I don't know. Maybe she's simply anticipating h3.
Oh.
And h3 is played, you see? So like my first...
No more questions.
My first hypothesis was valid, but I was trying to find something more creative, but no, I think it's very strange. So maybe it's just a different move order and black will play bishop d6 here. Because it's a standard move, yes?
Yeah.
And
Okay.
just one more thing. For the same reasons, the double attack will not work. Let's say we will play bishop d6. Maybe just to illustrate the point. Very often you have this
Maybe
move
here
queen
g4.
g4, yes, bishop g6 and knight e5. But I wanted to show just to illustrate
Okay.
the point, queen b3. Not here, like bishop d6, let's just show g4, doesn't matter, it's just...
So queen
g4,
g4
bishop
first.
g6,
Bishop
and
g6.
queen b3 attacking on b7 and d5, but very often in those lines the d5 is not hanging because of
Bishop h2.
h2.
Yeah.
Just
So this is not hanging because of this.
So it's important to understand that you have those ideas, but very often those pawns are protected indirectly. But knight e5 is very nice.
Okay, and let's say one more time that the position is actually absolutely equal.
But let's continue this line. It's an interesting line.
Which
So
one?
Bishop d6, I think it's a very natural move. Knight g4, bishop g6, knight e5. So here you want to play knight c6 maybe to change the structure, or f4, f5, I'm not sure. Maybe it's a bit premature, but you can develop your bishop on g2 as
Yes,
well.
bishop g2. This is, I think, the best place in this case to put the bishop. And she did the move, and I think it's a6.
Okay. Alexandra is on fire today. A6 was played. For the moment, we don't have the games yet. We wanted to just to remind you that there is a delay, of course. So as long as all the games are going to be uploaded, and it's one of the fair play measures of one, because there are a lot of other measures, you know, in the playing hall. So. So the organizers are offering a very secure environment for all of the players because so much is at stake. Then A6 was played. Okay.
So last two moves was quite interesting from black, bishop h5 and then a6.
To be honest, she is getting ready for g4 and she thinks that the bishop on d6 in this line maybe is misplaced.
Yeah, for example, when we are saying bishop d6, g4, bishop g6, knight e5, if black captures on e5, after d takes e5, there is a tempo. When the bishop goes, does not matter where, for example, on e7, then bishop g2 is another tempo, and f4 could be quite dangerous for black. In that case, she decided just to do the useful move, a6.
So she's preparing for this line. Let's get to this line
G4.
once ago. So knight e5, knight e5. So what if here black has an extra tempo, and what are we supposed to do here? Maybe she wants to play something radical, either bishop h4 and open the file, or maybe immediately f something. What do you think, Valerie?
No, then e6 will come in. I'm not sure about pushing
no, maybe
the
f5. Let's try f5, and if you go e6, then I want to
first
open
bishop
the
g2,
c6.
attacking the d5 pawn, so
C6.
c6 is forced.
I actually want to open the f file, play maybe bishop c5, queen h4.
And then, yeah, interesting. What about...
You have to
yeah,
pick.
bishop e3 is not the best option, because maybe even f4 is already possible here. And the bishop has some troubles, and when the bishop goes somewhere, then f3 also possible or not? No, f3 is not possible, unfortunately.
Maybe you should wait. Because you want to play f4 yourself? Let's say if I don't rush with f4, try after bishop e3, do we have another move? Because you're playing bishop e3, so you're not allowing me to play bishop c5. Yes, that's the main idea.
Oops,
no, don't worry.
Don't have to do it.
See, of course, e6 is on the position, but let me check. So knight e5, d takes e5. I think we tried f5, yes, and what if bishop g2, c6? Once again. And bishop e3. I actually like your move f4 very much. So we just need to...
Yes, when we have a chance to do that, I think we have to do that.
To find a follow-up, yes? What do you do after?
And bishop could not stay on this diagonal, the white bishop, yes? Could not stay on d4 and has to go back. And when it goes back, then we can do, for example, even bishop c5. With the same ideas with queen h4, for example. I'm just showing for the viewers, bishop d2.
So bishop c5 now, I love it.
Yeah, bishop c5, then queen h4, then pawn h5. I don't think here that the e-pass pawn makes any troubles to black.
So Valerie, it takes two of us to understand, the nuances of this position. So two of us could actually beat Merit, maybe. But alone it's not so easy. Two of us, we find all the ideas.
Yes, we are okay.
Yes, we are okay.
Okay, a6. At least we have to say shortly that it is very interesting move, waiting move, and improving the position.
And actually, I think that we managed, to grasp all the intricacies. A6 is a waiting move. She is getting ready for g4 and knight e5. That's why.
Yes, because from
other
side, Almira, what else white has? I mean, what could be another plan for white if not g4 and knight e5? There is nothing else then.
Okay, but so let's wait and see what will be.
Then maybe bishop f4 will be the most natural move. No,
a4.
That's something that it will be difficult to understand. So it seems like a4 stopping b5. Usually it is happening like that. Or maybe it is also the move like waiting move. White is also waiting.
Yes, she's waiting for bishop d6, but then, okay, what else Alexandra can invent in this position? She cannot play h6 like Bahadur here, or can she? Maybe she can. You have to be careful when you're playing h6 with black, because it could be a hook, of
Yes,
course,
it
but
could
maybe
be.
it's another
Could be.
useful move that you can make. So let's make h6.
h6, because
Yes.
I got another very interesting move on my mind.
Yes.
Rook b8. If somebody is tapping b5, you have to support it and on the
No.
same time protect b7 pawn.
Oh, I
Just
agree
in
with
case
you.
you need that. And for example, maybe later you can play even f6. As the pawn is not hanging there on b7 anymore. As we start that kind of chess, maybe rook b8.
It takes
Also
two
makes
to
sense.
tango, of course, but I think that b5 is a bit premature, but rook b8 maybe is a,
Why
like,
not?
is a better version.
I know,
Yes.
why not?
So
Okay, you
rook
were saying
b8,
h6.
Yes, it's like I need to make a waiting move, and actually I love this tournament so much because it allows us to learn. By the way, I was thinking that, and I think we share also the same childhood back in the days, that we didn't have so many tournaments, and the defeats were so, like, we were so afraid to lose a game. But I think that time have changed, and now each defeat is also a very good moment for us to contemplate on our play and to learn. Because you play
sure.
more games, you see more positions, so it takes time, and you cannot
Definitely.
win them all.
I agree.
So I love those events because we have many games. So 2 classical games first, and then tie breaks, rapid, and blitz. So a lot of opportunities to use opening weapons and to show your chess understanding.
What do you think if I go to the American players, just to take a quick look?
Yes, let's have a look. Because we still didn't go to the next match. It's Lagno Katerina, Anastasia Vramido. Maybe let's cover the first 10 where we have cameras.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So let's have a closer look at
Because just on the
Katerina
camera I
Lagno.
saw them. I
Yes.
saw them just far away, a little
I
bit
can
far
see that
away.
Katerina is walking.
Yes.
So you have the board between Irina, Crush. Okay, first, Katerina Lagno is facing
Avramido,
a player
Anastasia.
from Greece. Yes, Anastasia, she's a very talented player, so she won her first match.
Yes.
And
She won the first round.
what happened in
knight
the
g7 in
yes,
Spanish.
very game.
You see? What an interesting thing was happening there in the opening. Knight e7. Castle and knight g6. That's not the main line at all.
It's one of the latest developments actually in this line. Players started to play knight g7, and then, well, depending on what white is going to play.
Okay, sometimes even was happening
Knight
g6 and bishop g7
You're
also.
absolutely right, yes. So there are a lot of ways to play this opening. So after knight g7 castle, you can play g6. It's one of the main moves. And then knight g6 or even d6. But somehow after d6, I feel that if you compare it to the Steinitz defense, yes, so you play d6 first and bishop d7, very often your knight is on f6.
Yes, it is. Yes,
And
it
knight
is.
on e7,
It's not the lucky piece.
yes, it's not a lucky piece. We know from the King's Indian that very often you need to replace it, you know, to improve the knight
Yes.
on e7. So let's have a look.
Knight g6.
G6 is one of the main moves, but then white can play c3 and d4. But what happens after knight d6? Do we have already a few moves?
Yes, we have. d4 happened in the game.
Yes.
E takes d4, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, queen takes d4.
And
I will tell you in advance, that's a crazy game. b5, bishop b3, bishop b7, rook d1,
okay.
queen e7, queen d3.
Queen d3. Okay, let me have a look at the database. Okay, it happens that we are still following this theory. One of the games, actually 2 games were played by Andrei Isipenko, and I know for sure that Andrei Isipenko was Katerina's coach for the candidates.
So here we are. We have the proof of it.
And I have all the insiders information for you. So one of the games was played in the league, French league, so against Tersaikan, the Armenian player. Queen d3, bishop e4 was played, queen g3. So we are following
The
the
same
line.
in this game.
Yes.
And long castle.
No, bishop c6 was played because he actually allowed white to grab this pawn on c7. Because then he started a counterattack of his own by playing queen e4. Look at this crazy game.
F3 has to be done, right?
Well, f3 maybe after bishop c5 and something bad things are
Queen
going to
G3,
happen.
Queen
Yes.
G3, sorry.
Queen g3 was played.
Yeah.
And here you need to develop your bishop.
Okay, I have to show to our viewers
Yes, of
that
course.
after F3 there, it's bishop C5 check, and in case of king H1, there
Queen
could
F3,
be queen
yes.
F3, and if white takes, there is just a brilliant checkmate with a pair of the bishops.
But it's such a beautiful idea in the opening, you know, white
Yes, it
is
is.
getting mated in a few moves. So that's why actually you cannot allow this line, you have to play queen g3.
Queen G3.
And I wanted to show you what happened in the game, bishop b4. It's like, oh my god, what is this move? And after a3, because actually bishop b4 is taking the e1 square,
Yes.
it's important, so you cannot
Yes.
play f3 and rook e1. a3, queen e2, with tempo, attacking the rook. And you cannot play knight c3
Rookie.
because you will take bishop c3.
That's the point of bishop B4.
Yes, what an opening. I love it. But there, you know, I haven't seen something like this for a while. And then after queen e2, white has nothing better than to play queen e3
check
and
trade the queens.
trade the queens, and then the game goes on, and this was drawn.
Yeah.
However,
Okay, in the game here we had long castle
yes, let's have a look.
from
So
Avramidou. Rook E1.
if this is an improvement, by the way, let me have a look. I don't have a lot of games, so after bishop b4, queen g3, long castle was played, and
On the same time, I have to mention that Katerina is very well prepared. She has 1 hour, 27 minutes on the clock when the opponent has only 1 hour. So Avramidou Anastasia already spent half an hour for these 12 moves.
and rook e1 was played immediately
Yes,
by Katerina,
yes,
so she's
yes.
still within her preparation. Well, I simply want to win this bishop. Should you play d5, f5? But this position looks so dangerous to me that
Very dangerous.
I would never enter something like this if
Mostly if you are not prepared for that.
Well, even if I'm prepared, you still have to remember all the lines to make a draw.
Yeah.
It's like just to play a slightly worse
Also, you
endgame,
don't have
yes?
to learn only this line before the game, right? You are learning different lines. This is one of them, and you have to remember it till the end.
Of course. And one of the main ideas in this position for white is not only that you want to play knight d2 attacking the bishop. Let's just show how, because f3 still allows queen c5, but knight d2 is a very
You know, queen
important
c5, there is bishop e3. On queen
even
c5,
there.
it's facing bishop e3. So f3 is a threat.
f3 is also a threat, okay.
Yeah.
But then maybe you are giving up this piece there? What are you doing? Are you playing d5, f5, and you're playing with all those pawns? Bishop d6? Then I don't know. But I also wanted just to underline that even though that white is a pawn down, I think that they're already better because you can feel this initiative, yes?
Yes, you feel it immediately. First of all, the opponent's king is not safe here. And also, there is very big difficulties to connect it to developing the king side.
You
the
can
bishop
play
on
a4
f8.
with white as well.
Yes,
so you have so
A4,
many
yeah.
plans. a4, opening the a file. I would say that black is in trouble here.
But you know, we have here the evaluation bar from the computer, which does not show that the white has a big advantage. But practically, I think that practically the position is with a huge advantage with white.
It's good that you're the expert. I'm the host. You know, we're playing this role, you know, the bad cop and the good cop. So I haven't seen the evaluation bar. You know, I've played so many of those tournaments. I actually even played the first one in the 2000. It was the first World Championship, which was organized in a knockout format. I have such experience in preparing against these games, so like I'm not looking the evaluation bar. I know that this is very dangerous. So let's move to our next game.
Yeah, I just said that it is strange that the evaluation bar does not show more, because I just see that the white is having a huge advantage.
But maybe there is a very precise way, to equalize or to get just a slighter worse endgame. I don't know, but
For me, for example, what I see from black, it is just scary.
it is. You're absolutely right. And let's move to the match number 8, where we have Georgian heavyweight Nana Dzagnidze playing against Daria Charchkina. Daria beat a French player in the first round, a very experienced Pauline Guichard.
Yes.
So it was
By the way,
quite
it was
an
a
upset.
very unlucky first round for French players. Also, Sophie Millet eliminated from the tournament.
Yes. So we have still Deimante Dailite Cornet, who is representing France, but she
Yes,
is
but
the...
we are waiting them on the second round for sure. Sophie Millet lost against that Omonova Umida, that young talent from Uzbekistan, right?
So maybe, if she would have another strategy and looking at her blitz games, she would have tried to decide the match in the classical control.
Sophie Millet was kind of dominating in the match, in the classical match also, in the rapid also, but some blunders somehow, somewhere, and the opponent was ready. It's easy to see that the opponent was just a great fighter, just a fighter with full of energy.
Well, I think that's one of the most important elements to take into consideration, because this event is a long one. Even when asked about my personal feelings, I said that it's intensity, it's unfolding intensity. It's like round by round. So who will be the last one standing? It's so unusual for us. Yes, it's so unusual. We will be standing for sure.
Yes,
we will be the only one standing. Yes.
So here we had Rogozin system with the G5 line.
So Nana is playing with the black pieces. I love her approach. She went for a very concrete line. So fixing the structure on the king side.
And as we see, this is also the preparation, and she spent only 5 minutes, and the opponent spent 25 minutes. The position is mutual chances. It seems like mutual play.
Such an unusual position also for my eye, because white is forced to play king f2 to find shelter there, because you cannot castle, then h3 will come, if you play the knight e2 and castle.
Also, e3 pawn was hanging somewhere.
Of course, this is a very important element. Then knight h3, blocking the advance of the h pawn, but also attacking the pawn on g5. Will white play rook e1 and e4?
I don't think so, because after e4, I feel like king could be not safe. Okay, first of all, I think white has to take care about stopping opponent's f5. Just to play queen c2, for example, to stop f5, because if black pushes f4, the safety of the king will be not so good as it is right now. So I think white has to control the f5 square first, and then later improve first the pieces. Also, there is semi-open file, the b file, that the white can put the rook. Also, they can put the rook on e1, and then maybe even c4, Almira, and not e4, to play on the queen side where the opponent's king is.
I like it, but then maybe if you're using the same ideas as in Nemtsov, then maybe I should block your c4 and
knight a5, b6.
Yes,
Knight a5, b6.
Yes,
So the position is quite rich, and complicated. So, but that's the fact that it's with a mutual play. No one of them has any special problems. The pieces are developed, and they just can continue improving their pieces and choosing their plan. So as we said, for white, we can just plan to push c4 or e4 after improving the rooks, and on the same time black also will try to play f5 or put the knight on a5 and the pawn on b6. In that case, king could stay on b8 and maybe even the rook c8 and c5. So still play on the queen side, as I don't see any big danger for black king on the queen side there in that case when the knight is on a5. If I move the black knight on the king side, then it will not be so safe, the black's king. But if I stay with the knight on a5, then the safety of the king is there. Okay.
I like Nana's choice of the opening, a very intelligent choice of the opening, because she tries to muddy the waters, because this position is very rich, as you've said, but it also sets up like a very complex middle game where mistakes are possible. So we will follow this game closely, of course. So let's move to our...
Yeah, and also with black colors, that's the best option that she could have in the game. Yeah?
I agree with you. Match number 9, before we go on the break, let's at least cover our first 10 games where we have cameras. And of course, after the break, we will have all the games uploaded. So Maria Muzyczuk, the former world champion, the sister of Anna Muzyczuk.
Yes. Is playing against a very talented player, by the way.
She's playing against Talia. Big shout out to Talia. We were working together in St. Louis, where Maria also played as a player. And she won. She was invited at the very last moment. She replaced, I think, let me have a look, because she was so surprised. She replaced Atusha Purkashan. So will this be her lucky,
I think it already is. I mean, she's in the
her
second
lucky
round.
tournament, yes. She won the first round, and she's facing Maria with the black pieces. So
it will not be an easy match for Maria, I will tell you in advance. I also know Talia very well. I was even giving some lessons to her about 3 years ago, and she's very talented and very motivated young chess player. I think she has a great future. And as we see the position here, what she has...
Was it Tarish defense? Let me have
Yes,
a
it was Tarish. It was Tarish. With the knight, the very interesting maneuver for white that Maria did, knight e1 in this position, knight e1.
But knight is actually better on d3. I can
Knight
understand.
d3 and knight f4.
But she even went to f4.
And after knight f6,
she's going for the jugular, yes? She's
knight
just for your throat.
attacking
She
the pawn
wants
on d4.
to take this pawn on d5.
But it seems to me absolutely okay for black. Seems absolutely okay. Without any...
I think that you are right as well. But what does she want? I mean, Maria, if I will take on e4, I will make a very natural move here.
Yes, bishop takes.
So
and now we have
I have
to
a question for you,
Yes.
Valery, because before we wouldn't even consider such moves like bishop takes c6 here, because, and then before bishop b2, knight d3, and it seems a bit strange even here. But for example, if you play rook e8 here, would you take on c6, or you just simply withdraw your bishop?
I will never take on c6.
So you'll play bishop g2
Yes,
back,
because
yes?
the king will be very weak later, And there will be enough counterplay for black everywhere, connected to the light squares. I think so.
So let's continue. Then rook e8, bishop g2. Then you think that it's one of the natural
Bishop g2,
moves
yes.
here? And what do you do?
Later I want to put my knight on d5, maybe, to attack that dark square bishop, somehow to capture it. And maybe not bishop g2, but bishop f3.
Okay.
And what the point of bishop f3 is to don't allow the black bishop to stay on g4. Yeah, because bishop on g4 makes some sense. But on the other hand, I'm facing knight e5.
Maria is smiling. It's unbelievable. I don't know what just happened, but Maria was fully
Smiling?
concentrated. Yes, she looked very calm. And at some point, you know,
Suddenly
yes,
she
suddenly
started. Maybe she heard us.
she remembered the story. Look at her. Look at her. She cannot like stop smiling. There is something, you know, in her mind which affected her concentration.
Maybe there is
I love
another
this
option.
image as well.
There. She heard us and she was not agree of our plans at all.
And we are wearing blue today, so Maria is wearing blue.
The
You know,
same, yeah.
just solidary with your commentators.
Okay, so mutual play. I think we can take a look at the 10th board.
Where we have the All Indian Derby. So Harika Dronavalli is playing a young player,
Nandita.
She won the first round as well.
Yes, Nandita PV.
So
The position is quite complicated. Quite complicated. So we have it from Spanish. Yeah, it has to be from Spanish. With they did not trade even one piece of the pawn. Everything is on the board. Full focus from Nandita. And what to suggest here? Last move was c6. That the black play, the position is quite complicated. So what the black wants, they want to crash the opponent's space. That's a fact. But why not to take on c4 immediately that pawn, as Nandita was sacrificing. She was ready to sacrifice that pawn. In case of taking on c4,
maybe knight d2 to take the pawn back.
Knight d2
Yes.
and then c6. Then knight,
knight
c4 and pawn on
yes.
d6 is hanging. Pawn on d6 is hanging, so maybe that's why Harika decided to play c6 immediately. Yeah, we know when the opponent has a space advantage with pawns, it is very good to attack that space and crash it, mostly when it is blocked. So when it could not move. So this is what is the Harika doing right now.
And she wants to take with the bishop on c6. Yes, so let's
Yes,
say
in case
d takes c6.
takes c6,
Bishop c6.
takes.
The knight, of course, is very awkward on e7, but you need to take with the bishop, I think, to protect the pawn on d6.
Yes,
first of
pawn on
all.
d6 was hanging.
Maybe the pawn on d5, b5 as well. So a lot of things to watch out for.
Yeah, very complicated position. Very complicated position. Okay,
And
so actually that's
The move was
our
played.
10.
She did take on
Yes,
c6,
yeah.
so let's
She
just
has to.
wait for
She
a
has
second,
to.
for one last moment. Harika will take on c6 at tempo, so it means
I think she will do
almost
it immediately
immediately.
also. Or maybe still take with the knight. Makes
it's
sense.
very interesting for me to see, you know, what players have on their tables. So you have a cup of tea probably and
And
a banana.
banana.
And I think Harika is drinking maybe warm milk.
Milk, yes,
I'm not
because
sure.
it's
of this.
covered with the paper.
So
She's thinking.
she's still thinking. Okay, then
She's
maybe-
thinking, but if she takes with the c6, with the knight on c6 instead of queen takes d6,
Maybe
I
you
think
can
it's
even take
better
on
to
b5,
take on
yes.
b5, as when the black takes after knight takes b5. And yes, she took with the bishop. She took with the bishop, and we have what we have and
so
what
all
we
the
said.
games are still in the opening stage. Let's take a short break, of course, but please stay tuned because during the break we will show highlights from the previous round, so it will allow you to catch up with the results, of course, and also a few interviews taken by Charlize. She knows all the players and she knows what questions to ask them.
Yes, for sure.
It's been a crazy day of playoffs here in Batumi, and I'm joined by Priyanka K, who has gone through to the next round after beating her higher rated Hungarian opponent. Priyanka, so many emotions. Tell me how you're feeling.
For now, I'm just relieved because it was a really crazy day. Like I won the first tie break, and then the second round I just blundered my rook directly. So I mean, altogether it was a very crazy day. So yeah, I'm relieved for now. Yeah.
And you don't seem to be so much less rated than your opponent on the board. How did you feel, especially coming in with preparations?
Okay, I did decrease a lot of my rating points. I'm around 2250 and I'm like 2090 now. So that is there. But I think, I mean, I didn't really think about my opponent's rating. But I just know she's a really good player and I'll have to. And this is my first time in World Cup, yeah. So I'm just here, I mean, all excited, nervous, everything. So I just want to play, give my best. That's it.
After every game here in the Rapid and Blitz, you came out and you were talking on the phone. We would see you. Your dad is here supporting you. Were you prepping with your coach over the phone?
I mean, you could say that, yes. And he's my uncle, by the way. Yeah, so I'm here with him. Yes, I mean, and also like after every single game, I think I kind of like let that game out by talking about it. That is how like because otherwise, if I mean, if I go to the next game just by like with having all those emotions of blundering a rook, then that wouldn't work. Yeah, so I was just letting all out and then going for a fresh game again. Yeah.
That's a very healthy mindset to have. You said this is your first World Cup, and now you're going on to the next round where you're playing with the Indian greats. You know, we've got Harika, Humpy, Divya. How do you feel to be playing in the same events as them?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I don't think I've ever played an event together with Humpy and Harika. So, yeah, I'm really excited for that. Yeah, looking forward to it.
And you share the Tamil Nadu roots with Vishy and Gukesh. Tell me about that and chess and that side of India.
Yeah, I mean, they are really inspiring, and yes, I come from a place where like I grew up watching Vishy sir's game, and yeah, I mean, yes, that's all there in our roots, yes.
And another thing is that I heard that you've written a chess poem before.
Ah, yes, it was okay. It was during COVID. Like I love writing, so whenever like I get some free time, I just love to write my emotions out. And yes, I did it during the COVID time. Yes, 2020.
Sounds like you have a very healthy approach to letting your emotions out in chess, which, no doubt will help you. And I hope we can hear that poem or publish it on FIDE someday and that you'll be writing much more.
Thank you so much. Sure, we'll do that. Yeah.
So good luck for the coming rounds. You've got some practice behind you. We've got some new players going in. So we wish you best of luck for the next round.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play, and beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
Dear chess friends, welcome back to the second round of the FIDE Women's World Cup. My name is Almira Skripchenko and I'm joined today by Valery Gaprindashvili, Grandmaster Valery Gaprindashvili, whose expert commentary you are going to watch throughout the event. Valery, welcome back.
You too.
Thank you. Well, we've covered the first 10 matches, but there are so many games in the second round. We have 64 players remaining. So maybe let's quickly have a look at all of the boards. Yes?
That will be great. That will be great. I think everybody is interested in that as well as we are.
Yes, we are. Very curious to know what are the openings, of course. We cannot cover all of them in depth because now we have all the games uploaded. So we will pay attention, of course, to a few ideas.
Maybe let's
here
continue with the number 11,
yes,
the board.
Another Indian player who enters the tournament only from the second round, Vaishali Ramesh Babu, she plays a young Canadian player, Ule Jade, I think, because I was trying to read it. Meili Jade. I was trying to read it in a French way, but I'm not sure that this is...
how it will be in the French way.
It's Jade, yes, maybe Jade also, it depends, you know, how is it written. Meili Jade, yes. So it's a bit complicated, but I think in English, yes, it's Jade.
But the last name is for sure Ole, right?
Ule.
Ule.
Yes.
Ule. Okay, so this is a position we have after, they played only 9 moves. So let's
only
see
9 moves
yes.
on the board? Okay, this is very unusual after...
Yeah, and each of them thought about 30 minutes. So it was Spanish with D3 line and knight D4 take there. Yeah, what to say here? Mutual play. Nothing special is happening to pay your attention on this position. I think we can go to the next one as we have to take a look at 22 other boards.
The only thing what I wanted to say about this opening is that when Black manages to play knight D4 comfortably, so you take on D4, White takes on D4, Bishop D4, and then you play C6, and on C3 you can play Bishop D6. I would say that Black solved, yes, all the opening problems, and maybe that's why Vaishali is thinking for such a long time already in the
maybe
opening stage.
Something wrong with preparation.
And H6 was played. Actually, Black is trying to say, okay, you've castled, maybe I can play G5 and G4. And this is also one of the reasons where you have to spend some time here.
Yes.
What do you think?
Yes, there is an object to attack. Until there is no short castle for Black, there is an object to attack on the king side. And this is H3 pawn, and Vaishali played King H1. King H1, of course, makes sense. King is more safe on H1, and on the same time, maybe White will play F4. Why not?
But then if your plan is to play F4, can I start with G5 here? Can I be...
So G5
original,
for Black.
Yes, G5 for Black. Of course, it's very optimistic, but let's put it on our analysis board. What do you think? How should White counter this?
That makes sense for sure. But, okay, F5 square also appears, so maybe C3.
C3,
and
I
on
think
Bishop B6, Knight C4.
It's a very
but
nice
I think we
continuation.
Maybe we can even leave that bishop on b6 for Black. I mean, it's not necessary to move it. As we already put our pawns on the dark squares, maybe we don't need the dark square bishop anymore to don't lose the time in playing bishop c7, because after bishop c7 there could be knight e3 also.
But g4 maybe is a bit premature, too risky, so... I mean, if you leave the bishop on b6, what did you want to play? Did you want to play G4?
I wanted to play G4, yes. I wanted to play G4 here.
Let's just show a small line so our viewers will see how complicated it can get. So how do you react on G4? Should you play H4?
H4? What about some knight A4s even?
Like
for example, so because if the white captures this, it's losing immediately after G3. But so white is not forced to do that.
But how should you react on G4?
on knight takes e4, they can...
Maybe you should
can
take on b6.
b6.
No, but maybe you should take on b6 first and then play h4. I thought that this will not allow you to play g3.
That makes more sense. Knight
So let's try
c4,
this.
g4.
Knight b6, a take b6, and h4 here.
h4
So
now.
you cannot play g3. on this
Okay, if I
line.
will be on time to play g3 with white, then everything is okay.
Of course. So maybe this is the way for white to play. They have to stop your idea and take on b6.
Yes.
Okay, but it's
Still, g5 is interesting.
of course, it's a very interesting position. So if black wants to stop f4, they
have to
can
play
play,
g5,
yes, g5.
if they want to stop it. Okay, so next
is
Mamadova Gulnar against Shuvalova Polina. That will be a great fight. And the position is also very
Shuvalova
interesting
Polina
from
is
the
playing
beginning.
with the black pieces here.
Let's see how it was happening from the beginning.
Oh,
It was
so
Italian.
Italian, but with d4.
D4.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, we know actually that Gulnar is quite aggressive and active player. She loves that complications all the time. So she played D4 and E5. But actually it goes to the, wait a sec, 97? Not 94?
No, but you have two moves here. You have 94 and 97.
Yeah.
Yes, I actually looked at
Okay,
this position
Paulina decided
a
97.
few days ago because I was playing myself. So here white is going for the structure. You need to take on c6. Yes, and knight d4 and knight b8. A very, very
it's a
important
key move.
So what do you do here? Queen f3, c5, of course. Then knight b5.
Knight b5. So the point of knight b5 is that queen d5 hanging. If it is white to move, white just captures on d5. So castle c4.
Yes, and you have time to play c4 to fix the
Yes,
structure.
that's very
why you're
important.
playing knight b5, of course.
Very important.
c4, c6.
And take on d5, because if black captures on b5 here, there will be d6. And the rook is hanging on a8. On the same time, the bishop is hanging on e7. So in the game was c takes d5, knight 1 to c3, attacking the d5 pawn, and again attacking the d5 pawn, and knight d6. Yes, otherwise there was the troubles with knight on b5.
But that's why I thought very here in this position, I thought, or maybe bishop f4 was not a useful move. So she wanted to provoke d4, but
Bishop what?
here, I didn't want to play rook d1. I was not sure. I wanted to play bishop b4
To
and knight
support
d6.
d6
Yes,
or d6
and knight
square.
d6. But then after queen b6, maybe you cannot take on b2 anyway because I will play rook b1. So maybe rook d1 is
Inequality.
with one move which
That makes
you
sense.
don't need. Like
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Now it seems better. Okay, let's take a look how it was in the game. Rook d1,
because
queen
black will play
b6.
d4 anyway, and so like,
Yes, and you don't need rook on d1.
unless you play b4 and bishop b2, something like this, you need to break this pawn chains.
Here is one important moment that the black did not capture on c3, as if they capture on c3, there will be bishop h6, I hope so. And after g6, maybe queen takes c3.
No, but you have queen e5 and queen e7, no? I think.
Queen e5,
Yes, here.
f6, queen e7 is winning
What do
immediately.
you do here? Yes.
It's winning immediately, that's true. So, king h8 and knight a4. This is a moment where Paulina is thinking where to go with the queen. The most natural is queen
Maybe
c6.
queen c6, attacking, yes, the knight. b3.
Just in case to make the threat here on g2 and on b3, just simply knight d7. The position is quite complicated with a mutual play. It seems we can go to the next one, where we have Kosteniuk Alexandra against Padmini Road.
Alexandra starts this tournament with the white pieces, and she has a universal style this recent years, because she was mostly an e4 player, but then she started to play d4, sometimes even c4, knight f3, so she decided to go for the Queen's
I think
Gambit
it mostly
here.
comes with experience and ages, that you can do different things.
The thing is, I can give a very rational explanation to this shift, but then think, with age, you don't want to calculate lines, and then you start with e4, and then you play d4. You want to have, your slight advantage with white
Quiet
pieces,
position,
quiet positions, because, if you're having those positions that we've seen on the move number 9, your heart.
Actually, I did not want to go in details. That's why I said just shortly. It comes with experience.
Well, I don't have any filter. That very often I give honest explanations to those things.
So another interesting thing, Almira, here that they also did only 10 moves in 1 hour in total.
But then, as you see from the opening, first of all, well, I thought maybe Alexandra knew that Raut Padmini, she plays the Queen's Gambit decline, but then, of course, this move h6 has become very popular, so the idea is not to allow white to develop the bishop on g5, of course.
Yeah, last time h6 is popular everywhere, as we see.
Yes, you can even include h6 and a6. As well, so if you want to make a lot of useful,
soon we can see d4 h6 immediately.
useful moves. But here, then Alexandra, so she was forced to develop, at least she chose to develop the bishop on f4. But then black played bishop d6 immediately. So let's analyze this. So bishop d6 trading the dark square bishops, queen d6. So what is black's strategy here? Knight f3, knight f6, e3, of course, is the way. But here, I wanted to ask you, what is your feeling? By the way, Valery, are you a d4 player or e4 player?
I'm d4.
d4 player. So here, then, my question is relevant. Here, when Alexandra played e3, I thought you have a chance to play c5 here. Would you do this? Because you already traded the bishop, then if you play b6, I can play b4.
That makes sense.
So
that makes sense. c5, I like it.
So try c5 here, let's show it. And only then e3, after queen e7, e3.
That makes sense because, let's take a look from opponent's side. To completely equalize the position for black, it's just necessary to play c5 with black. Otherwise, there will be no equal position. And if they do c5, then it's equal. Yeah, rogely. So that's why.
And especially that white didn't define the structure in the center. Very often white plays c takes d5, but then e takes d5, and you can develop your bishop on c8. But here, it's an idea that they had. What do you think? c5, queen e7, just to show it. And maybe here
and
e3,
here.
with the idea, if you play knight c6, and if you want to play e5, maybe I can play bishop b5.
On knight c6, I will definitely play bishop b5. Yes.
Something like that I had in mind. And if you play b6, I mean not here, but if you try to undermine my pawns, I can play b4 always.
Also, very easy and pleasant position for white to play. Yes, slightly better, but long term.
So well, maybe it was playable, of course, but Alexandra went for a more
E3.
natural e3.
Castle, c5
Castle.
the same here.
Yes, rook c1, knight bd7. Okay, but after knight bd7, the knight is already, so after c5 and queen e7, e5 is coming with the tempo, and you cannot play, maybe then...
Yes, but we can ignore that e5, in case we need so.
Okay, but wait, but knight d2 was played here. What an interesting move. I think Alexandra wanted to play e4, maybe? But she's not developed yet. It's very dangerous.
It's so
to strike
unnatural.
center.
Knight d2.
What is...
And queen e7. Maybe she wants c5 and f4?
She wanted, but then after knight d2, you don't have time. Let's say,
after knight d2, for example, if it is white to move, they'll play c5 and f4.
Yes, and f4, of course. But
that's
then,
your point.
I think the idea was also to take with the knight if I want to play like something like Queen's Gambit accepted, but to
Yes.
take on c4, but then knight c4, yes?
Yes.
Maybe this was the idea, but
So
then
queen e7.
queen e7,
And just bishop e2.
bishop e2, and then if e5.
e5?
No. I mean, not
e5
here.
right away. You mean here?
Yes, here. I want to try something like this. What can you play here? You left the square on f3.
It's
I
so
want
logical,
to play 5.
right?
Yes, so I
So
wanted to check
and the
this
king is in the
variation,
center.
just in case.
So knight b5 is a move that to calculate, I think so.
Let's try.
Attacking the queen on d6, and seems like where the queen
Knight
goes.
b5 is dangerous, yes, especially with the rook on
where
c1.
the queen goes.
Oh,
Because on queen b6 there is c5.
oh, with tempo. Okay, so
Another
that was
trouble.
Alexandra's idea. It's actually a
Tricky
very
thing.
tricky plan. Okay,
It's
e5
tricky.
doesn't work, but then she went queen e7, anticipating the move c5.
Yes. So queen e7, bishop e2, and c5.
And black went for c5 in this position.
Alexandra
so-
took on c5, knight takes, and now she is thinking. Actually, she could have that typical isolated pawn position if she likes.
So she can define
just
the
take on
structure and
d5.
take on d5 here. Yes, let's
Yeah,
show
just
it.
take on d5.
I think it's a good choice here. Yes,
Yeah,
he takes
quite comfortable
d5.
isolated pawn position without dark square bishops on the board. There will be no attack on the king side, so white can step by step improving their position and go to the end game as the isolated pawn exactly is weak in the end game.
But then I have another question. I think it will be also interesting for our viewers to know. Here, after c takes d5, I
She
don't think
didn't
that
do that.
Alexandra didn't
She
go
played
for it.
b4.
But c takes d5. So what is the best choice for black here? To exchange one pair of knights or to leave the knight on f6?
That is a question that I had from the childhood. I was reading the Dvoretsky's books also, but still have no clear answer. Answer on that. So actually, Rogely trading the pieces is okay for the side who is playing against the isolated pawn.
Yes.
But how many pieces to trade and how many left? That's also another question. Okay, the best option is when you have a knight and the rooks against the opponent's rook and the bishop. Okay, that we understand. But what about another pair of the knight?
Knight.
Trade it or not to trade it?
So let's try knight d5 here just to explain our conceptions. Take. And maybe you have to bring the knight somewhere, otherwise black will play d6. So maybe knight f3 back here, attacking the pawn.
Yeah.
Bishop b6 is a natural square for the
And
bishop.
castle.
And castle, yes. So this position, what do you think about this position? Putting one rook to c8, I still don't know which one here. Or to d8.
I was always saying to myself, first of all, that the strong player here will win with white, and with black, he will do the draw.
Okay.
So obviously, of course, there is a lot of resources to survive with black, a lot of resources. But still, if the opponent is better, then it will be too difficult. But there are a lot of techniques, right, to put the pawns in the end game, to put the pawns on the dark squares like f6, b6, a5. And in that case, the weakness of the light square that we have, we don't feel so much. Okay, anyway, in the game was b4.
b4.
Alexandra played b4. So what's the point of
So
b4?
what if I play knight d7?
Knight d7. The pawn is hanging, so
you
a3?
a3, yes.
a3 has to be done.
And then maybe
Some troubles with queen side, developing the queen side for black.
maybe she wants black to force to take on c4.
In case of taking on c4, the knight on c4 is doing the excellent job. This is a much better piece than on f3. And
Maybe.
then 96
Okay,
is
it's
also-
not Catalan, of course, but okay, the bishop is
Bishop
on
on
e2. But with similar ideas, you have this bishop which is stuck on c8, and you are fighting for one square. But this d6 square is a very important one. So maybe here you want to play queen d6.
Queen
What do you
D6,
think?
yeah, makes
Yeah.
sense. Of course,
Okay.
makes sense.
It's a
Anyway.
very interesting game.
Let's go to the
Of
next
course,
one.
in progress, still in the opening phase, only 12 moves have been played. So what about our next game?
Wang Chuqiao against Osman Yulia. Wang Chuqiao that passed the previous stage. She won in the first round. And she made a very good performance, by the way. It was exciting of watching her game. She was quite solid and confident. Here we have, what we have here, it's very interesting. What opening could it be?
Well, actually, I thought first, that it was something like with bishop b4. But then I thought that...
Queen's Indian or
Was it? It was bishop b4. I was right, because it's one of the structure when you get with bishop b4, then the bishop goes back.
Yeah.
And then you play
that's
d6.
correct.
But
Knight bd2 line, yeah.
yes, I haven't studied this a lot, so I'm not very familiar with the line of knight d2. So let's have a look. It has a structure where Black managed to play bishop g5, no?
Black is very good here. I mean, what else to have? What more to have in this opening and in this structure with Black? They are trading their bad bishop on g5. It's ready to trade. Knight on c5 is guaranteed. Pawn is on a4, which is tapping b4. And on the same time, White already has the pawn on a3 that they could not push b pawn at all. So I think Black is okay. Very, very good for Black.
Valeria, and here I think it's one of the most critical moments in in this middle game, because Black just played f5, and since the bishops were not traded on c1, I think that White still has this opportunity to play bishop g5. Let's try it on the board. Bishop queen g5 and maybe f4. Because if you take on f4, it reminds me of some classical games that I've studied. You sacrifice this pawn, but you play e5. And then queen a5, so you take the pawn on f4 back, and this structure is much better than the one that we had before. I'm not sure how good it is for White, and because the queen side is already fixed, so you will not play b4, but I like this idea.
This is a moment where we can do exactly that, because all pieces stays correctly and ready for that. Well done, well done. Yeah, that's nice.
Because sometimes this idea you have them also from strange Kalashnikovs, but I always prefer to take on c1.
Maybe here instead of f5, it was better to take and play f5.
Yes,
right?
I always try to do it myself in this way, so because I'm afraid of this idea.
It's very interesting. If Wang Chuqiao will find out that idea.
It will bring her back in the game, I think.
Yeah, otherwise it will be like only one side is playing.
So I think that Yulia, she got this feeling that everything went her way, and she got relaxed. And this is how precise we have to be, because even though one of the most important strategic ideas in this opening is to exchange the dark square bishops, so positional ideas, you have to know how to exchange it. And I think that taking on c1 was very important.
We see Irina Krush fully focused at the board on the camera.
By the way, while we have Irina in front of us, maybe we can use this moment and switch to the game between Irina and Carissa. Just leave the cameras like this. Leave the cameras, because we have Irina on our screen. Yes, because Irina is fully focused, so she's sitting on the board. Only, by the way, 11 moves for me, were played on the
Here we are.
Let's just change the position in their match. So 11 moves. What can we see? E4, and actually Carissa is thinking.
Yes. But Crush already spent a lot of time. She has 46 minutes on the clock.
And this is, clash of generations,
Yes, it
if I
is.
might say. Carissa just won the Cairns Cup. She is the American #1. And Irina, who was holding this place in the American women's chess for such a long time, she is
6 or 7 times she was the
eight. She was
times.
8-time American champion.
American champion.
And she was the first player to obtain a grandmaster title
Yeah.
there. So when Alice and Carissa were growing up, they were looking up to Irina. She was inspiring them, and here we are facing each other in the second round of the World Cup, and only one player will remain. And everything will settle. So
it was Dutch, d4 f5, and g3 variation. But a very typical way.
yes, and Irina is playing very well. So she played b4, yes, c6,
And
challenging the central pawn, and she played e4. She didn't want to take on c6 because black would have taken with the pawn back. What if d takes c6 here?
What if they take with the bishop even? Because
But then bishop takes, you will have to
queen
take.
takes.
But then
no, on b5 there is queen takes c4.
queen c4. Oh my God, this is such a line.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe e4 is quite okay.
e4 and Carissa just
knight g4.
replied. Knight g4.
The knight on c3 hanging.
Okay, it's a very interesting reply, but then how can you protect this knight?
Maybe just with bishop d2.
Bishop d2. You have actually 4 options. By the way, when I was writing an article about protection for beginners, those concepts are not easy, by the way, to explain. Sometimes you can move the piece, you can protect with another piece, then you have to understand, for example, if protecting with the queen, should such a valuable piece protect something, But here you actually have rook b3, queen b3, bishop b2, bishop d2, and you can move the knight as well, but probably this is not the best option. So maybe bishop b2 here, putting the bishop on the diagonal, but then knight.
Actually, when the opponent is threatening something, the best what I like to do is to create the more dangerous threat.
But then if you play bishop b2, I cannot take on b4. It's like it looks very dangerous, but let's just check this line. We cannot, of course, analyze everything.
Which one? Bishop b2?
Bishop b2, because I like putting the bishop on the long diagonal if I can.
So taking on b4, what's going on?
Let's calculate what can go
Knight takes
wrong
b4.
after knight b4. Maybe opening the b file somehow, but how can we? What can we try here? We should open the, but queen b3 I don't like because you can play knight a6, knight c5. Maybe
So
bishop
maybe
a1.
a1.
Oh, yes, I like this idea. So what do you do here?
Knight is hanging. Knight is hanging. In case of c5, it will be just a3.
And rook b7.
And
yes.
rook takes b7. This pawn is hanging. So maybe a5 first.
But then a3 anyway.
And knight a6.
Knight a6, rook b7.
Rook b7 and knight c5.
And here, actually, when I was contemplating this position, I was thinking, can we sacrifice this exchange? Because I want to take on f5 and take on c6 or something like this.
Something
Can you?
like that, that's correct, yes.
There are a lot of tempting moves, but we need to
Yes.
find the precise line here. So what do you think? a5, a3, yes.
For example, if we take on f5, let's consider that. But they can take that rook immediately.
But can we take, no, can I take on d7, my idea, maybe first, because I just realized that if I take on c6, you cannot take queen c6. So that's because then I will take on a5.
So take on d7.
Yes, queen d7, d takes c6, and if you take, then I will take on f5.
So
And then you will lose your knight on g4.
So queen c8 has to. Oh, here you have compensation.
Yes,
no?
this, I'm looking for compensation here. What do you think?
Very dangerous pawn on c6. Makes sense. Makes sense.
At some point, I remember we analyzed the World Team Championship with Vishy Anand. He surprised me with a similar idea, only here we simply sacrificed an exchange, but in that line, he sacrificed the queen for 2 pieces, and white was still better with a very dangerous initiative, and I like this idea so much that now when I can put the pawn on c6, I'm going for it.
Okay.
It was a very important lesson for me.
Irina played queen b3.
So here we are, you know, the question that I asked before, should such a powerful piece protect the knight? But at the same time, she protects the pawn on b4. So
And at the same time, maybe it's a good place for queen on b3 by itself. Yeah. Okay.
So it's a very complex position. Yes, let's leave the players. By the way, the games are developing very slowly. Have you noticed?
Yes,
So
it
just
is. So we already have here 1 hour 45 minutes. I mean, okay, 1.5 hours as we have a small delay. And for 1.5 hours, we are still in the opening of 11 moves on the board.
Maybe let's have a look at the last match, but of course, there you have phenomenal players. Elina Danielian, who was the European champion, Antoinetta Stefanova, she was a world champion and European champion, and I think both players have won everything which was possible to win. Very accomplished players, and
also only 13 moves.
yes, we don't have a lot of moves, but what was this opening?
Just guess.
Just because I was surprised that Antoinetta usually she plays e4, and I saw the structure of the French.
Yeah, this is French, yeah.
But then I was not sure if she was playing white, you know, so she went for the French.
But she usually plays d4.
Yes, exactly. It's like I've played so many games.
And against King's Indian, that knight c3, bishop f4 things she loves also, right?
She loves those positions, but with her we have a different switch. She switches from d4 to e4 because she was tired of having all those positional games, so she's going for like
some extreme
wild openings. So let's have a look.
Let's see.
And Elina uses French very often, so she plays French or Caro-Kann. So probably her preparation was targeted by Antoinette. And here we have the line with knight f6 and a5, knight d7.
This is a position.
Classical line, and
Bishop for Rome f2 in case could
Bishop
go
f2.
on h4 to trade the dark square bishops. Okay, not immediately as the d4 pawn is hanging, but in total, trading the bishop from h4 will be a very good option for white, as the dark squares will be weak immediately, and it will be very dangerous for black. But not immediately that, because d4 pawn is hanging, as I told you, but it could be done after rook d1. On the same time, for black, we can suggest even to do the long castle, as the king on the short side will be in a danger. So maybe bishop b7 and then just castle long. Yeah, makes sense. Okay,
have a look, 39, only 39 more minutes. Like Antoinette played only 13 moves. If she spent more than
Actually,
an hour.
I was expecting that it's gonna be a middle game or something like that. And we have just an opening and nothing much to talk about.
Okay, board number 27. The clash of the young heavyweights. We have Alice Lee and Anna Schuchmann. Alice Lee is playing with the black pieces. I just saw the position on the board, also only 14 moves, but I feel that
Huge advantage for black.
already, because I wanted to say I feel that black has a very nice position, but after knight e5, can I give check on a4? Oh, you will simply play c6.
White king is in danger.
Oh, but then like d takes c4, you will play rook d8.
Yeah.
Because it's not easy for us, like, you know, we are not playing all those games and to play 32 games at the same time and to understand the new position
that's true.
immediately.
Yeah,
We
you have to switch
Yes.
all the time from one to another position.
And we have to understand like what's going on like within 1 or 2 minutes. So that's why I'm asking all these questions. So if d takes c4, then probably rook d8 and knight g3. Yes.
Yes. The king is in danger. The white king.
Oh my God! But then knight g3 is coming. So queen a4, c6. Yes, we've established. Because no, I mean not here before. I thought that maybe you can give check.
Queen
Maybe you
A4.
can give check and castle, but then what do you do?
Long castle.
Yes, okay, that's the only way for you to castle here. Maybe if you take on d3, knight d3,
Knight d3.
king b1. I thought, is there a way for me like to do
Rook
something?
b8.
Yes, rook
b2
b8.
is hanging, so we're forced to go back or what?
No, I thought rook d2.
and
Yes.
queen
Queen c3. I wanted to take on c6.
c6.
Yes, and you can't win here.
But what's going on here? Take on c6, king f8. Queen d6
Queen
check.
d6 check. Yes.
Unfortunately, there is queen d6 check.
This is
so
the
queen
only
A4
crazy
check,
line that I saw. So maybe you can
C6,
castle and play rook d2.
castle. And she did something.
She
Queen
did
a4.
something.
She did queen a4.
Maybe she goes for this line because that's the only way to keep on fighting here.
Yeah. We have queen a4 check. Is there anything else than c6? No, there is no, right?
No.
It will be excellent if we can do castle on the moment of check. Then short castle will be the... Yes, and she did long castle, yeah. We have what we were talking about.
Maybe we should have this proposition, you know, to change the rules, you know, to make it more entertaining, you know. Enough of this, you know, checks. And you
just
can
to have
castle.
something
Yes,
new.
She looks puzzled, but okay, Alice is leaning towards her piece, so knight g3 is on the board. Both players are playing rather quickly. And
Right now, yes, but before
we
thought
didn't know
quite
what
much.
happened. Now,
But Alice Lee is absolutely okay on time. She has almost 1 hour on the move number 24.
I don't think that I've
14.
ever seen, Valerie, because I was mesmerized by this triple pounds. I'm not sure I've seen this exact way of placing the knight on g3 and supported by the pawn on c4, c5 and c6. So if you play b3, I'll play c4 and another pawn will come and support the knight. So this is a wonderful outpost on g3.
So king b1 has to be done, yeah? King c2 makes no sense.
No, king c2, then how can you protect? You want to protect from b1?
Yeah, but
maybe it's an interesting idea. Yes. But I thought that you would play king b1 with the idea of finding shelter and playing king a1 next, because on c2
just to make that king safe forever.
Attack. Yes, because I can attack e4, g2. What do you think?
Yeah. So
I feel that
b1.
the king is not safe on c2.
On king b1, what about, I don't know, queen e6 immediately, or maybe queen e6 immediately? What do you think about that? Queen e6?
Queen e6
to don't
attacking.
give c4 pawn.
No, but we wanted to play rook b8 first.
Yeah, that's also...
Rook d2, maybe softening the...
and then queen e6.
Yes.
Just
softening the last rank as well,
so,
and then king e6.
Rook b8, rook d2, and queen e6. I love black's position. The position is good, plus we have extra pawn. Okay, that extra pawn is a little bit not so healthy, but...
say that we have a beautiful knight on g3. This is enough, yes.
Yeah,
I think that Alice is in the driver's seat. What a start for her of this match.
She's very talented and motivated young chess player.
So,
By the way, I had lessons with her also. It was like 3-4 years ago, and she was
how is
so
this
small.
possible? Like, you can tell me about everyone, like in this, this
That was
tournament.
actually it was a project of
Yes.
FIDE that the winners of the World Championship, Youth Championship, got lessons with Grandmaster, and it was a COVID time, if you remember.
Okay.
So we had the online camp.
So they were lucky to have you.
Me too, by the way. And she was so unhappy when she knew the answer of the position, and I was not asking her for that. I mean, there was other students also, 2-3 of them, and I was asking the questions to one by another. And when I was asking somebody else and she knew the answer and it was not her turn, she was so unhappy that she could not say the correct answer, you know. So she's very motivated and focused and I don't know, talented and everything. This girl has everything to have a great future.
Yes, and she finished second in this last edition of the Cairns Cup, and Alice played with the black pieces against Carissa Yip in the last round. So the event was going to be won by an American player anyway. So those two young players were fighting for the first place, and Carissa, like, it was a huge battle they drew, but they finished first and second ahead of the strongest players in the world. It says a lot, of course, about their motivation.
Yeah, they are too motivated.
And I think also this generation is defined by one very important quality, is that they are absolutely not afraid.
Yeah.
They don't have this feeling of respect. Oh my God, I have this chess god in front of me. No, they're sitting on the board, and what defines them is that they want to beat you and to win against anyone.
And only one thing that they care about is only 64 squares in front of them, and that's it. They are not interested who is sitting from another side. You know, just the board.
I think it's probably one of the most important qualities, of course.
She has a huge advantage, okay? We can say that.
By the way, then board number 16, you can see another very strong Georgian playing, Nino Batsashvili. She plays with the black
jumped
pieces.
on Geladze, which is very interesting to...
Which one?
The Desmuch Divya
okay,
against Geladze Kesaria.
Because there are so many games and so little time.
Yes, that's true. So here we have Divya Desmuch against Geladze Kesaria. Geladze Kesaria, which is 15 years old, and this one is a local chess player.
Okay.
She beat, in the first round, she beat Le Pham from Vietnam, quite strong international master. And she did it... I mean, the game was just excellent. She won with black pieces, and the next game, of course, she was okay with draw, and all the game with white colors. We can say that she did not give any chance to the opponent to attack or to create the problem somewhere. Now she has a very strong opponent. This is Divya, and of course, it will be tough match for our youngster, for sure.
And that's her moment to shine, because of course we have so many Georgian players representing this wonderful chess tradition, like Nana Dzagnidze, Nino Batsashvili, Leila Zhavakhishvili, Bela Khotinashvili. Yes, Mira Arabidze. But
Salome also.
exactly, Salome Mere. But you need the generational transition.
Definitely.
And this generational transition, of course, is assured by those young players. That's their moment to shine, and how important it is also for the local authorities and sponsors, because to organize such an event is not an easy feat.
Definitely.
So to find a prize fund, to convince everyone, of course, that this event will contribute to popularizing chess and to maybe to assuring the chess education in the country, you need those players. And so here we are, Kisari is playing in the second round.
Yes, and she's fighting with the black colors.
What did she play? Did she go for... Okay, so it was... Bishop G5, G2.
Rouser.
Yes, it was a rouser, but with Bishop D7. That's what I wanted to see. It's all well known. That's why I take on C6, then play F3. And also very important maneuver. Maybe if we can just wait here, like knight e2 when it was played. It's important to replace the knight here. Divya did, knight e2, knight d4, because the knight on c3 not only is under the attack, like b5, b4, but you can exchange, like sacrifice in exchange by rook c3. So
yes.
of course. So.
Yes, we have a lot of
thematical games.
Yes, about sacrificing on c3 when the rook goes and takes on c3. So knight on d4 is much stronger piece than the knight on c3.
Especially when the pawn is on e6, of course, you are no longer battling for the d5 square. So knight d4 provokes maybe e5, who knows, because this knight is very powerful and it's not easy to tolerate it on d4.
So in the game was rook c8, h4 and b5. Knight d4, bishop d7, everything seems like obvious and logical. What about e5 move? Was it necessary to play e5? That's an interesting question.
So she played e5 here.
Yeah.
But I like how Divya replaced her pieces. She maneuvered her pieces to better squares.
They're so flexible.
Yes, and she's threatening g5 at some point. Yes, she needs to prepare it. Maybe rook g1 and g5.
Actually, e5, from other point, e5 is logical as there is no knight on c3 anymore, and there is no extra control on d5 square.
But then you can go knight e2, knight c3 back, yes? So it's interesting.
6 and knight c3. So this knight has a long journey today. And b4.
b4 was played. So here, of course, you have two options. I was thinking about knight d5, take on b4, because you cannot play knight a2 here, trying to win the pawn, because I think that you can take, yes, on a2.
So what's going on knight a2? That's just interesting to take a look.
Let's calculate.
So we can take, right, on a2?
No, but then I was thinking, and then what? Because you still can take on a3.
And, for example, play queen, but queen a4, just queen takes b4, or is that?
No, you have to play d5 at some point, because if the knight is not on c3, you can play d5 and protect the pawn on b4,
right?
yes? I don't know, maybe a2. Now or
d5
or then.
Here.
Because
the crazy game began.
My first impression was that, that you can't play knight a2. That's why I didn't even consider it. But the longer I thought about this position, so I thought, what if knight a2? You have to be very precise. Maybe d5 immediately.
Yes.
But then I take on b4.
With what? With knight, right?
Because that's why I thought that maybe you should take on a2 and then play d5.
Here a takes b4,
yes,
you mean,
b4,
and the queen has some troubles to go. Okay, if we first take on a2, king takes, and then d5. And for example, just take.
No, it's a very strange position. We
can
also
take. Want to push d6.
Yes. No. But then what is the difference? Why I cannot take on then because you can take with the knight on d5, of
Yeah.
course. So that's, but then we can take on b4. Okay, so which pawn are we going to give? The one
So
on
knight
b4?
a2 is also the move, as well as knight d5.
Knight d, so we have 3 candidates moves. So after b4, take on b4, knight d5. But what I didn't like about knight d5, maybe knight d5, you take bishop d5. You're still in time to protect the pawn. Let's say bishop d5, e takes d5 and rook b8, something like this. So it's not ideal, but it's more
It's
or less
okay.
what you can get. Maybe then knight d7, knight c5.
Minus plus, it's okay. At least we have a counterplay on the queen side. Yes. Okay, so it's very critical moment for Divya to make the
Maybe knight
correct
a2 then,
choice.
yes. Who
Knight
knows,
a2,
yes.
yes. Who knows?
But if then we haven't tried take on, like what if we take on b4, queen b4, and then knight d5? Also a standard way to reply to b4. So what do? You don't want to trade queens here.
Yeah, the pawn is hanging on a6 somehow.
Yes, this pawn is very important, yes, to show it, to highlight that the pawn on a6 is hanging.
So,
What do you do here? So queen, I don't like queen d2, rook d2. And Kesari is looking away, you know, she knows that this moment is crucial, of course. She doesn't know what the reply is going to be yet, and Divya is looking puzzled as well, by the way. So she is not sure. And when you are not sure, you know, it's like you hesitate, and then you make the third move, you know, so
Yeah.
something else. You know, so
and sometimes without calculation. This does not work, that does not work, let's do the third one.
But what can you do here? You see, like black hasn't castle yet, so even if you play queen a4, like after queen b4, knight d5, let's try once again, because I wanted to protect the pawn. Queen a4. It's like you need to bring more pieces.
Checkmate there. So
No,
knight
but
e7,
queen
there is
a2 checkmate, yes. I tricked you at least.
Oh, actually, I wanted to show it to our viewers.
Yes, I was so happy to find this mate, you know, for. Okay, but okay, maybe then let's move to another game, and
Yeah.
because we like one more player, Teodora Inic, playing against Olivia Kolbasa, and Teodora, she is the reigning European champion from Serbia. She is a wonderful player on the rise, and this is a player to watch because I think that
She's a European champion.
Yes, reigning European champion.
Actually, that Kirtadze was a player who beat Teodora in the first round, and the rest of the tournament, Teodora won all the games.
so it was, you know, a very important lesson for Teodora.
Yes, she was actually checkmating into the first round.
But what I wanted to say that, in my opinion, this player is performing. She has the style to perform very well in knockouts.
Yes, and also when I look at her, I have a feeling that she can do more and more when she needs. I mean, just improve more and more. Okay, this is a position where she already has some advantage, right?
Let's have a look. So she played e4, e5, and that's the current position on the board.
The pawn on c2 is hanging.
It was another Italian, but it's a very strange
Strange
line with
Italian,
the, no,
right?
but with the knight on b4. Let's just show it from the move 7.
Okay.
Because like, I'm not even sure that I have seen something like this. So a4 was played, castle, you know, h3. Sorry, bishop b3.
Bishop e3 and
And knight b4, yes, that's, I wanted just to show you this position. Because I think that
Okay.
Yes, it's very important, of course, but because you want to play c6 or d5, yes, and your knight on c6 is actually not allowing you to do this.
Yes.
So
and
you
now it is supporting the pawn on d5. On the same time, knight b4 makes sense as the pawn is on a4 already, right?
Yes. So what an interesting idea in the opening phase, which is move number 7.
Yeah.
I am well. I am simply admiring it. So after knight b4, what was played?
h3, c6.
And c6. Okay, so this is it. She tried to solve her opening problems immediately. She took on e4 later, and she played
Crazy
d5.
game, huh?
f5, f4, beautiful as well. In the spirit
Very
of the other game that we analyzed, you know.
Yes, yes.
And queen d4 and
Yeah,
bishop
and
f5.
she got the advantage. She got the advantage. Okay.
So what about our top boards? Let's get back to those. Before we will have another break, let's just show the positions.
Here we have Leiting against Francisco Kesamburu Candela B. And
Oh my God.
Lei has the
So many
decisive advantage here.
Have been played, yes. Like,
Yeah, she's pawn up.
well, it was just a quiet opening, and then here
Suddenly?
we are. Yes, suddenly, Lei is already winning.
Yes, it seems like hopeless position for black.
But at the same
pawn
time, the
down.
king, you know, is hiding behind the pawn
It's
on
not
h7.
about king only, right? It's not that they are pawn down. Also, d6 pawn is a weak. It's white to move, which is also very important.
You can also play
Rook h6,
rook
I think,
h6,
about rook
yes.
h6.
And do you want to take on d6 and queen a5, or it's no, it's too premature? Have to be patient here.
A little bit.
So
Okay,
then,
what I want here with white is just queen a3. To just gain the d6 pawn.
maybe let's show it. Like queen a3, and this is it. Maybe even queen d2. Why not?
Queen d2 also
Yes,
makes sense,
so-
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so this advantage looks decisive indeed. Okay, then Jujiner, the second board. Oh, but this looks very equal to me. Like maybe slightly better for white, but even
Is that it, the draw?
I'm not even sure. Like even because white, why I'm thinking of slightly better, because black has to wait. Yes, white can still push
Improve
a few
something,
pawns.
yeah.
Yes, improve some f4, h4, like bishop, queen, king f3, bishop d3.
But actually, black also could put g5, h6 on the board, huh?
Ah, okay. So let
The
me
last
start
move,
with
f6.
f4.
f4.
F4. I think I need to do something in this position. F4.
h6, for example, and h4.
Yes. But how do you penetrate? Once again, you need to play e5 and to improve your king.
Okay, then h6 maybe is not necessary at all on f4. The question is just what next? Where to create something there?
Well, one thing that I can see, let's say in the near future, just a plan to demonstrate. So if you play 4, you manage to exchange the dark square bishops, which you will not, of course, but then you can bring your king on d4, and then you can finally push e5.
But even there,
Even then, exactly. But I can see another maneuver. That's why you need actually to keep those bishops on the board. Can you show it? Because I think it's a very thematic and instructive moment. So let's say you play king f3. Let's
So,
just show
let's
it.
just
You
arrange
wait,
the
yes.
moves.
King f3, king g7. Let me to protect the pawn on h3, because I can. So king f7, bishop b3. If you take, actually, this is one important. So king g7, then I can play king d4, king c3, king b4, and and bring the king. You will need to bring your king, of course, like there. Otherwise, this is one of the plans. You have to be in time.
Okay.
Not to allow my king to come to b6. So king a5 and king c7. But this is one of the ways, to lose this game if you will allow my king to come to b6.
But on the same time, we can play a5 anytime, right, with black, after trading the bishops. For example, where we are, just a sec.
Here.
So somewhere on
Yes,
the
we
way
are
just
waiting.
to play
Yes.
a5.
A5.
But if the king goes to b6, so what's going on there? Just for fun.
Yes, just for fun to analyze this endgame. So king b6, king c8 here. I thought that this allows us to improve somehow. My idea was
What
to
about
keep
the king side? How is the pawn structure there? So could we just fix the weakness somehow on g6 or h7 by pushing g5? Does it make sense or not?
if I play. You want you want me to play h6 and you will play g5 and to fix those. Actually, my idea was to sacrifice on a6 and to push the pawns, but it's too much because to have the king on a7, yes.
Wait a sec, just a sec, I'll be there.
I think this is a science fiction novel. First of all, black will not allow it, of course. But Ju Jiner is playing with black, so I think it will be a very good result already achieved by Mobina Elina Saab, but she will suffer with black tomorrow.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, Tan Zhongyi against Anastasia Kirtadze. Things have changed in this game, and Tang just played queen d1 and 96.
Okay, what to say about Kirtadze? She is fighting. That's already good. She is fighting. Position may be better for white, but playable for black. What to suggest here? It seems like now we have to trade the knight with white.
Well, it's it's a very interesting question. So you can play knight e6 or
Knight d3, you mean?
and knight d3. No, you can take on e6. You could take on e6 here.
Yeah, trading
And
the
I
knight.
guess knight. Okay.
Oh, I was thinking about knight d3 also.
Okay, Valeria, I think that we need to go for a short break, of course. We will be back with more games, but then the time trouble will make its appearance on every board, so stay tuned, of course. More interviews, more analysis, more of everything is here.
This August, Washington, D.C. becomes the global capital of youth chess. 50-plus countries, one world stage. The World Schools Team Championship 2025, where strategy meets spirit, friendships are made, cultures are shared, moves are remembered. And alongside the tournament, something big is happening. Welcome to the Smart Move Summit, August 4th and 5th, 2025, right here in Washington. A global education conference exploring how chess transforms learning. Inspiring talks, practical tools, global ideas. From the classroom to the chessboard and back again. Chess builds minds, builds futures. 2 events, 1 vision, smart kids, smart moves, smart world.
I'm here with a young Georgian player, Anastasia Kirtadze, who just won both of her rapid games and is going through to the next round. Anastasia, first of all, tell me how you feel.
I'm happy, and
I will won maybe next games too.
And your opponent was obviously a lot more experienced than you. Did this give you any go into your preparation at all?
Yeah, because she's really strong player, and I had to learn her styles, and I have to win, so I won.
And we're playing in Georgia, your home country. How does that feel to be on this global world stage?
I'm so happy because I had chance to play this tournament, and thanks Georgian Chess Federation.
Tell me, how did you qualify? Were you a wild card?
Yeah.
Okay. And you are only 15 years old, if I'm correct. Tell me about your recent achievements. You played in the European individuals and did exceptionally well there.
Yeah, I'm 16 years old now. I played European Women's Chess Championship. I started really, really good, but it was not good. Yeah. Um, Now I will think I will play this tournament too good. Yeah. I don't know what to say.
And how does it feel playing with the top women in the world?
It's really hard, and also I'm happy to see them.
Yeah. My final question to you is, how long do you start preparing for an event like this? Because you do get your opponents advanced in time. So when do your preparations start, and how long did you prepare for your opponent?
I started prepare 1 month ago, and it was really hard because every day I learned new variants and some more things.
And did this come up on the board, your preparation?
Yeah, today, yeah, also yesterday, and I won, yeah.
It's amazing. Thank you so much, Anastasia, and we will see you in the next round. Good luck.
Thank you.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play, and beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
Dear chess friends, welcome back to the studio in sunny Batumi. This is the FIDE Women's World Cup. My name is Almira Skripchenko, and today I'm together with Grandmaster Valery Gaprindashvili. Valery, it's getting hot in the studio, but
Yes.
it's even hotter
In the playing venue.
because
That's
the
for
games are incredibly wild. So let's get immediately to the game between Alexandra Goryachkina, yes,
against Goryachkina Alexandra.
and Miruet Khamalidenova. And I think that Alexandra didn't manage to equalize. We were analyzing the opening in this game, and I said, okay, Black has no problems. But here we are. I think this is one of the most unpleasant positions, the type of positions
Yes.
that you can get here with Black.
Actually, maybe take a look how it was happening, since we are not there.
And I was wrong, actually. I thought that Miruet, she is not going to push with the white pieces.
Oh, you see what happened? Bishop f4, queen d7, knight e5. It could be a blunder.
She underestimated this exchange, the straight of the minor pieces.
Yes, because if Black captures on d1, there is knight takes d7, and the bishop and the pawn is hanging on the same time. That's a blunder, I think so. So after knight e5, Black is forced to capture on e5. We grab that bishop, and we have White has the pair of the bishop advantage. And that's already very good.
And that's all you need. Yes?
That's all you need, yes.
Because Black was waiting and not playing bishop d6. And somehow she came short of useful moves. We were looking at the move h6 there, but she didn't want to allow this hook. And this explains why Alexandra went for queen d7.
Yeah. So the rest, Khamalidenova, I think, is doing perfectly. She started attacking on the king side, pressing actually on the king side.
Perfect play, g3, h4, preparing the march of the h-pawn, then softening the pawns. So queen f5, asking for g6, then queen f3 back, then h5 will come, attacking this pawn chain. Alexandra is in dangerous territory right now. Alexandra is the World Cup winner, so she is defending her title.
How to continue here with White? It's very interesting, by the way. What will be the best to do?
Maybe double on the h file, like she
So
took
she
on
captured.
g6, yes, and maybe then she can play something rook h somewhere. I want to bring the second rook to the h file.
Maybe first bishop g5 to stop knight f6. In case of knight f6, maybe I will even capture that.
But why can't I play? Because you don't want to allow knight f6, knight e4, yes?
Yes. And on the same time, knight f6 allows Black to put the rook on h8 if they need so.
But
to
I
trade.
thought, and if I play in a very primitive, simple way, so let's say I will play rook h2 here, because I want to
Okay,
double
h2
my
and
rooks
knight
desperately,
f6.
yes? So knight f6. So then if rook h1, the rook a h1, you will play rook h8. I thought that I will play bishop h6, but this doesn't bring me anything.
King f7, yeah.
King f7, and then you will play knight e4.
Knight e4, knight g4 is also kind of
Knight
unpleasant.
g4. Okay, so this very simple plan and very obvious plan doesn't work. So
Yes.
maybe bishop g5 is a very interesting way to stop knight f6.
But on bishop g5, don't we have bishop e7 for Black?
Bishop b7, I was thinking that maybe you can then play something like take and then double the rooks. Maybe this is because you can no longer play, rook h8.
So queen takes.
You want to take with the queen.
Yes.
You're not allowing me, yes. Queen takes. It's interesting. But then you have the dark squares because you've exchanged this bishop which was controlling and defending all the dark
Yes,
squares. So
that's
maybe
true.
queen f4 And
Yeah,
you-
because I wanted queen e2 to trade that queen, to force you to trade the queen. If I trade the queen with black, then I have no
yes.
problems.
But queen f4, I didn't want
Queen
you to
f4
play
is very
knight
strong.
f6.
Yes.
So with a similar idea.
Queen f4 is very strong, and then doubling up the rooks there on h file could be crucial.
Ah, maybe you can still play knight f6, queen
Is it still
h6, and
possible?
king f7, yes. I need to play g4. I need to break this fortress. But when can I do this?
So maybe g4 immediately then,
No,
instead of queen f4.
No, but then you play queen e2.
Queen
e2?
and take on f5. Is not it pawn up?
It's
Let's
really
take a
interesting.
look.
Oh, let's have a look. We have a result, and a draw was agreed on the second board. We were anticipating
Yeah.
that this would be a draw because I think it's a very good result for the player with the white pieces, Mabina Alinasab.
I think the general also does not mind.
But Ju Jinner played very solidly. A draw was agreed. There is no way for white to improve here. And black played actually very well. So she brought her king to c7 and played b6.
And also she managed to do g5 on the board, as the white did not play f4, as you were suggesting. So after g5 on the board, black does not have any
Actually,
troubles.
it was sort of a perfect game from both sides because white didn't want to take any risks today. We all know how important it is not to lose in such
Yes.
formats. So every mistake can cost you a game. So those risks has to be very well calculated, and she will be facing Ju Jinner with black pieces yesterday, and maybe
Actually,
will come up
the
with a
strategy,
surprise.
for example, could be like that. Just don't lose any game, and you're gonna be winning. Yeah, just don't lose. Yeah, that's the target.
But if
Just
it
don't
will
lose.
get to Armageddon,
It's not Armageddon here.
yes, no, but
It's
sometimes
like-
before it was Armageddon,
Yeah.
then
you are forced.
at some point, yes, you can lose. But here, the tie breaks have a very special format, so it can be entertaining for hours and hours and exhausting for players, of course. So our first result, and it was a draw, but then let's have a look
At the first board. Yeah.
No, we left Alexander Muzyczuk Anna against Inna Gaponenko. I think Anna is better because the king on f8. What do you think?
How it happened? It's very interesting. It was a French defense with bishop d7, bishop c6.
But they went
you
actually.
remember.
Inna went for this line knight f6,
Knight
and she
f6.
took on f3.
Take, and take on f3. Yes. Oh, and exchange the queens also. Wait a sec. Here
Because-
bishop d6. Why not g6? Is not it better to play g6 or is g4 anyway coming after f4?
After f4, bishop
Is not it g6 better?
g6. Now let's
Has
see.
to be, no?
Maybe g4 anyway, because
On
here you have
G4
to play
or-
aggressively.
On g4, knight f6.
G4, knight f6, maybe f5.
And take on g4.
And then you go for
Take on
everything.
e6,
Yes, you
take on e6, and
yes.
rook e1, or what? How we are getting back at that pawn? That's a question.
But maybe you can play h3 here. Where do you go with your knight?
Instead of taking on
No,
e6.
you can. No. Here. We take on e6. I like it. Take on e6. h3. Where do you go with your knight?
Just a sec. So f5.
You asked
this,
me a
and
simple
h3.
question about the pawn, but I want to know where do you go after h3? No, here. I don't. No, take on e6. What's the
First
line that
take.
we analyzed? I like it. Here it's a bit too complicated for me because there I saw that after take on e6, h3, I will take on f8.
f8, yeah.
Yes, so I think that
That's it.
that position was too much for me. But here it's
So
a
g6 is
straightforward
not
line,
helping,
yes.
right? To stop f5. Then it means white has advantage. yeah?
Yes, and you need to play aggressively because white shouldn't allow black to stabilize
Yes.
the position.
And open up the position is, all, of course, good for
course.
white because they have the pair of the bishop.
If you manage to play g6, c6, knight g7, regroup your pieces, h5, then black is fine. So I like the way Anna played here. But okay, white is
Still not so easy, right?
better, of course, because black hasn't castled, and Anna still has this wonderful pair of bishops. But at the same time, the rooks are not connected, and the bishop is still on c1. So what do you do here? Do you play
Bishop
g4
E3?
here, or bishop b3? Bishop b3, I thought that maybe I can play bishop d6 or even rook d. No, bishop d6 first. So I don't want you to play bishop c5. And then I will bring my knight to f6.
Yeah. Not so easy.
I agree.
Not so
okay.
easy.
So then Hampi Conero against Fruza Hamdanova. What do we have here?
Oh, we jumped through Tang Zhong against Kirtadze Anastasia.
Yes, but then we thought that
big
it was
advantage. It's a
better
big
for
advantage
white.
for
but
white. Yeah. Okay.
Still not clear. Then Fruza Hamdanova. I actually think that she played very well against Hampi Conero, one of the tournament favorites. And look, she has a very healthy pawn structure in this endgame where you have double rooks and dark square bishops. So bishop d4 was last move.
Also,
it's on
black
the board.
has double pawn, which is not extra. I mean, if it is extra, then it's okay, but it's not extra at all.
And you can always play rook c4 and threaten to take on a4. Yes, like maybe let's
Wow.
show it, of course, with some errors.
My respect to Hamdanova. She's
Just show with some errors. Yes.
Rook
so you
c4,
have rook
right?
C4,
You mean rook c4,
A4,
and-
yes. Who knows?
and the pawn on a4 is hanging.
I think that Hampi is trying to create some counterplay where she can use her other rook, play rook e8, and because the rook is pinned, and then play f6. This must be her idea. Because otherwise white is going to take everything on the queen side.
So it is white to move, right? So they can play rook c4 straight away. What's going on after that? Let's take a look at it move by move. So rook c4, rook e8. Now e4, e5 pawn is hanging. So what about bishop f4? Now f6 is not possible because of e6.
But maybe she wants to
Maybe
take on.
g5?
Then she cannot
Does
take
it
on
make
e5.
sense? Take and take on e5.
Ah, this is interesting, yes, because you
c2.
have to.
Oh.
No. Wait.
Blundering on g5 is not the best option.
No, because it's important to exchange this rook on e2 because it protects the pawn on b2.
Yes.
That's your counterplay. I like this.
Makes
So
sense.
g5 is a very interesting try. Because
But, okay.
the structure, the structure is hopeless.
Yeah,
You have to
hopeless,
find something to stay in the game here. Otherwise, Hampi.
But that's just a fact that black is just fighting to survive.
I'm pretty
Rook
sure.
c6. We got rook c6.
So bishop d4, rook c6. Ah, she went for the pawn on a6, but then what if king b7? She wants to play rook c4 then?
What's the difference?
The difference is you're bringing the... One thing I can see is that when you're taking the pawn on a4 and the king is on b7, then if the bishop cannot take on b2, you can
Because
play
of
rook
rook
b4
b4
and
check,
rook
yeah.
b2. So maybe that's an indirect way of protecting the pawn on b2.
Makes sense.
So something like this.
Makes
Hampi is
sense.
looking worried. She knows that she has to save this game, but
Yeah,
But
and
let's
that's a
say-
max, you know. When your dream is just to survive, it's not the best option of the mindset.
Okay, then
Always you want something more.
let's move to the game number 8, Nana Jagnidze against Daria Charichkina. You remember it was a very interesting opening, so let's see how things unfolded. Nana just played, I think if we can change our boards, it's the board number 8. Because Nana just played bishop d5, I saw it on the board, and what is even more interesting is that her opponent is down to 9 minutes. So she's already in severe time trouble.
Wait, what about 9 minutes?
Daria Charichkina, she has only 9 minutes for
I
me.
see here 21. Okay, I
Oh.
have to refresh it.
Yes, maybe. Yes, I think you see we have, because I saw the image. So we have 9 minutes. Daria is
No, it shows to me
still
21.
thinking. Yes,
we
yes,
are-
because
we're
we
delayed,
have,
delayed,
yes,
delayed.
of course, we have the live image.
Here we
And-
are now.
29 minutes for Nana. The position is still very complicated.
So,
and
you want to tell me that on the last move, Charichkina was thinking for 12 minutes? Yeah, as I have 21 here and I'm not alive.
yeah.
And she captured on d5.
It was not an easy decision because after bishop d5, what are you supposed to do here? Maybe you cannot play c4, of course, because the pawn on d4 is falling. So you have no clear plan.
Yes.
What is your plan? Maybe king g1, improve your king, or
Okay, knight could go to f2, but not more, because after that it will be h3 hanging. But still, also for black,
But the thing
it's
is,
not.
after knight f2, let's show it. It's actually a nice idea that they had. No, when before. Here, the knight, that's why I thought that the knight is stuck on h3, because after bishop...
We can play h3 here.
Yes, exactly. You want, I want to play h3 anyway. And the same with the bishop on e4. I thought, what if knight f2 here? Just leave the bishop, knight f2 here, because first I thought king g1, not allowing queen h2, but you can play h3 here as
Anyway.
well. It's a very nice trick because, okay, now your knight is going to be stuck there forever, so you have to take knight h3, and this is it. Okay, this is
That's all.
that's all, and you have to continue to play.
Then you can play
Yes,
chess.
Then you can play chess, and try to use this fact that the knight is out of play. But bishop d5 is, I think, is a very good move. I think that she was worried about this long-term plan, which black can make, knight a5 with the queen on d5, king b7, and controlling, all the white squares.
So now after queen d5, maybe rook b5 for white. Still to don't give them the control on the light squares.
Yes, then Nana can go back, queen d6, yes, and then, maybe now knight f2. So you can play
So
knight
rook
a4.
b5,
Yes.
queen d6.
Yes, maybe this is a very interesting plan. But Daria doesn't have much time.
Somehow after knight f2, so queen h2 is not dangerous, right? Yeah, complicated position.
Because queen h2, this knight on f2 is guarding all the squares, the h1 square, which is very important. But we still have Nino Batsashvili on your screens, and we haven't seen her game. And she has only 8 minutes left, I think. So let's have a look. Maybe if we can zoom our cameras on Nino's game. Just behind Nana, if we can get Nino, there is 16, board number 16. I think Nino is also suffering here.
She's pawn up, but with the very passive pieces on the board.
Well, her bishop on a3 is completely out of place. So.
And white can play queen a4 later. A very comfortable position for white. mostly when the opponent has only 10 minutes and there is 14 moves to do before the first time control. Yes, the next Queen A4 is just coming to take the all pawns there. So maybe it's time to play B3. Rook takes B3 back, and our bishop is still in trouble, as on bishop B4 there will be A3. So B3 does not work. What to suggest? Maybe Queen F5. Okay, definitely White's position is better. White's position is better, so maybe still... No, Queen F5, C6 pawn is hanging. The pawn is C6 hanging just easily. That's not a good option.
By the way,
Or
Valerie,
maybe G6.
I just noticed that we're having soon a result, because I think that Valentina Gunina is much better. So, like, we will show this a bit later. Okay, now we have Nino.
We have Nino here, she played G6. Nice.
Play G6. Okay, it's a very interesting try, but then she wants to protect maybe the queen on F5, just in case, so there is no
Also,
rook D
the
check,
back rank
yes, and king
factor.
G7, of course. So she plays
Queen A4, I think Queen A4 for White. Why not? Just to have some extra pawns there.
Yeah, I like Queen A4. What are you supposed to do here? Like
Yeah.
Queen F5 anyway, so you will take one of the pawns.
Yeah, you can take any of them.
But you need to protect the pawn on C5, so maybe you can take only
Queen
on the
A5.
A5 comfortably.
There is no B3 because of Queen takes A3.
But then Queen G6 is a very useful move. She
Yes, very
prepares Queen
useful.
F5, so after Queen A4, Queen A5, maybe she wants to play Rook FC8 here. And cement the position. Yes, she needs to protect the pawn on C6. Her bishop on A3 is still out of play, but at the same time it protects, you know, the C1 square. So E4 you want to play?
Bishop on A3 is a very poor piece. In the opposite color bishops, we know that it is very important to have the active bishop. Otherwise, you can be just piece down. Yeah, here Kali Ahmed has a clear advantage. And some time trouble for Nino also. She's in the tough situation. Let's take a look at the first board. Yeah, here Lei is almost winning already. She gave back the pawn, the C pawn, and activate her bishop, activate the rook. She's actually giving the second pawn also, and she will be pawn down, but the position is with a decisive advantage, as a black king is very weak and in a big danger. Last move was Queen E2, attacking bishop on E4 and threatening to play Queen G4. What about bishop F5? It can be rook E7 check.
Yes, you need to play rook E7, of course.
The B7 pawn is also hanging in case I need it.
Then king H8 anyway, no? It reminds me of those crazy Sveshnikovs, you know, where black is completely lost, but you have this powerful center, so if you manage to play D5, maybe E4 and complicate the matters, so there's always one line where white is winning, and the rest is total chaos.
But
So
here I think
white
there
has
is
to be
rook
careful.
D5. Oh, sorry,
Rook
rook
D5?
D5 and rook takes E5. So rook E7 check, king A. Sorry, bishop F5, rook E7 check, king H8, and rook D5. And when the queen goes somewhere, I will just take on E5. Rook takes E5. But what's going on B6? As the black has queen F6 after queen takes E5, there is queen F6. Okay, So on queen b6, let's try to find out something. There could be rook b5, so maybe queen b6 is not the best option and queen c6 is better.
Actually, I wanted to show you something in your line because I always I'm trying to push the lines a bit farther here. Let's say queen a3, not queen c6, because I thought we need to find, after rook d5, queen a3.
Yeah, just a sec.
Just to find a more active square. So rook d takes e5, queen c1, king h2, and I'm telling you, this is one of those lines in Sveshnikov where you find this move f3. And then would you evaluate this position, by the way? What do you do here? Because I have this queen f4 check.
Just winning the game, right?
So you need to maybe to trade queens. Of course, you're still better, but this is how things can go wrong.
Yeah, that's
It's a completely crazy line. So here probably we need to take, play d5, yes,
and then d4 somewhere.
and black is alive. Yes?
Alive, yes, alive. Yep. So what we have for now on queen e2, Francisco Kesamburu is thinking. We see her on the video. But still, of course, white's position is with a huge advantage.
Then there was one game, let's get back to the game between Katerina Lagno and Anastasia Avramidou, because that was such an interesting opening, but did she manage to defend this position with an opposite castles?
Seems like black is okay now.
Yes, now what we have on the screen is a very balanced endgame, but the thing is, how did she manage to
Let's take a look.
to defend her bishop? So f5 was played, we left, yes, here. Oh, queen d6, what an important inclusion.
So on rook e1, f5. Why there is no f3?
Because we were analyzing this.
On f3 there is queen c5 check and
Yes.
bishop e3, f4. That amazing detail.
That's
No,
why you
it's
need to
not.
play f5, yes, I think.
Yes, but bishop takes c5.
Bishop takes c5 check.
And then
Yes. That's why it was very important to start with f5 and not d5. There's this tactical idea which saves black.
It's very nice. And she found it out maybe at the board, because she was thinking quite much. Queen d6, amazing. Take.
And queen d6 is a very important inclusion, so you need to take on e4, you have to get this pawn back.
Wow. Our respect to Avramidou Anastasia. That actually equalized the game, right? After f3, black could capture on e3, capture and rook e8.
Such a powerful play, with the black pieces against Katerina Lagno. She was not afraid of ghosts. She took the pawn in the opening, and she managed to transpose,
And
this
finally
into,
equalize on the move 25.
like I wanted to say that she gave it back and transposed to an equal endgame.
Wow, that's cool. Let's take a look at Cornero Humpy. What happened there? Yes, it is what we are expecting. Rook c6, king b7, and rook c4. I'll mirror your idea that b2 pawn is not hanging anymore because of the check from b4. So Humpy is in a small trouble.
There are no small troubles. No such things as small troubles, by the way. Don't agree with you. It's like when you're making moves under pressure.
It's not small anymore.
Yes, nothing is small.
Okay, I meant that it's solvable.
Yes. Thing is, I was having a look at the game between Vaishali and no, this was not Vaishali, it was Dronavalli. Dronavalli, with the black pieces, was playing against her compatriot, Nandida. And I think that her troubles are behind her, by the way. She solved her opening problems, and like I've looked at the position.
Great knight
she
on
has
d4.
this knight on d4.
Which guarantees a good life.
And you don't want to play bishop d4. You know,
Oh,
okay,
and
we
the
have
game is
another
over
result.
here.
Yes, Tan Zhongyi
Won
won
her game.
rather convincingly. So you remember we were talking about this opening a3, defining the
Yes,
structure in the
yes,
Nimzowicz. And I think that her young opponent were not ready. But tomorrow anyway, she has
She could
nothing to
revenge.
lose. Yes, exactly. Well, it's very easy to play when you have nothing to lose.
Yeah,
you
that's true.
you can throw
That's
all
true.
your pieces at your opponent.
Our
and-
congratulations to Tan.
And this is a knockout format. It's violent.
Yes.
You have to, first of all, you have to try and survive. But then when you lose, you have to have, well, a little, as much sleep as you can, let's say.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Usually you
true,
don't sleep,
that's true. I
and then you have
understand.
to play.
I understand. So Kaponenko is trying to be solid. She improved her king side and also has the guaranteed bishop on e5, which gives hopes to the black's position. But the time trouble is here. There is 17 moves to do in 1 minute.
Yes, but Ina is one of the players whom I've known for so many years because we played the same world championships since we were kids. She is always in the time trouble. So like if you say time trouble and Ina, you know, those things are going together.
So that's not a problem for her.
She is calculating very well. She is very focused. So unless you find some brilliant tactical idea which she hasn't seen beforehand, you know, she will make it till the 40th move, for sure. And this is not the position where, you know, you can win immediately. You have to improve your pieces, then like squeeze something out of this position.
But actually, Anna is also such a kind of player that she can do that, improve step by step. But by itself, what I see now on the board, bishop e5 is just giving big hopes. You know, when you have that kind of bishop in the center, that is forever. And in case opponent will trade that bishop, the knight comes to e5.
Exactly. But that's what I'm thinking. I like the way Ina defended.
But bishop c7, knight e5, no? I just thought about that somewhere maybe let's play bishop c7 and knight e5. Does that make sense?
What can you do here? But after f6, what do you do here with white? First, let's suggest a move. Are you going for something like g4?
Yeah, for example.
Then bishop c7, I like your move. Then knight e5 is coming with a tempo.
Tempo.
What do you do here? Like king g2?
And she did the move. Bishop...
b6 maybe, because she can play.
No, the bishop on the king.
No, sorry.
Bishop g4.
The king is on e7,
No, bishop
it's
h5.
not on f8.
Bishop h5. Bishop h5, in case knight moves somewhere, bishop c5 with the checkmate ideas.
That's a scary thought to have in the time trouble, you know.
Yeah. So on the same bishop c7, knight e5, there is bishop c5 check.
No, but at the same, maybe she wants to take on d7, but you have king d8.
You have king
so
d8.
you are not winning in exchange, but it is a threat. You know, Ina was expecting something more, you know, I don't know, concrete, more positional, and she made this move bishop h5, which threw her a bit off the ring. Yes?
Ina already answered.
And she went bishop c7. Yes, let's just show that rook d7, of course, doesn't win. Because it's a very simple threat.
D7.
Bishop
By the way, it's even bishop d6
Yes.
already here, as there is no pressure on the d file. As
king
they
d8
keep
as
continue
well.
playing the moves quickly. King f2. So So maybe we can even play b6 here for black. Why not? b6 and then knight e5.
Yes, I like it because the bishop is not on f3 anymore, but I think Anna's idea was simply to find the square for the bishop where it was not going to attack by the knight, but after knight e5 you also threaten knight c4. So you need, maybe bishop e2 was better in that case.
We already have the new move there, but we...
b6 was played.
b6, yes, so b6. Now black's position seems quite solid. Solid for draw, of course. Black does not have any more chances like to fight for the victory. What to suggest? Yeah, bishop on f3 could not stay. So even if I play bishop f3, knight e5, and bishop e4, that also does not make any big sense because there will be some knight c4s everywhere. For example, take on d2, take on d2. Actually, I have no knight c4 here. I will trade. I will trade. So very close to, not only equal, I could say close to draw.
Yes, because white needs to break through.
Yeah, and
Here,
where to break
you need
through.
to create
Also, knight is
something.
weak when it does not have outpost, right? And when it has such a great outpost in the center on e5, then that knight is not worse than any of the bishop.
By the way, have a look at the game between Alexandra Kostyniuk and Raut Padmini, because I think that Padmini equalized rather comfortably. She played a series of very interesting moves, and
just a
yes,
draw,
it's
right?
going to be a draw because she sacrificed the knight on c5. But of course, she knew that then she's going to pin with her rook on c8, because just move a few back, a few moves here. It was very important to understand that this pawn on c5 was going to fall.
Forcingly.
Yes, so like knight c5, sacrificing the
Yeah,
knight, and then rook
that's it.
c8.
Sacrifice the knight, rook
This
c8.
game is going to be drawn because we have them right behind Anna and Ina. Alexandra knows that this is going to be a draw.
Yeah, I think we can wait until the handshake because it will happen soon. But Roth is thinking. It's very interesting what chess players are thinking for that one. What you were thinking in such a kind of moments when you are not doing the move and you are just enjoying, or yeah. For example, what is that Roth thinking about in this position?
Should I take on c5 or should I let my opponent to take on c5 and I will have the
makes no
control of the
sense,
c
right?
file? But okay, so
There are so many open files. So she took on c1 everything.
yes, now any move, of course, will like bring the desirable draw here.
How do you think what she will do? Just guess. In this position, if they don't agree on draw, what the black will play?
I would play queen on the d, like queen d6, queen d7.
Not you, her.
h5.
h5. I would also play queen d7.
Yes.
To take the open file on the same time to control c8, c7, c6.
Okay,
It's
so
very
this
interesting
is
what
it. You know, Alexandra
they continue playing.
didn't manage to get anything out of the opening, and it is definitely one of the it's not surprising results,
Yeah,
but
it's not surprising, but Alexandra
upsets,
with
yes,
white.
of this round, because Padmini held Alexandra Kostyniuk. Like, and it was a draw, a very well played draw. So
Okay, we can take a look at another game. Let's take a quick look at the first board.
what is happening there?
Oh my
Okay, rook
God,
d6
what a
check.
nice
Yes, this is
thing.
it.
What a nice thing happened here. So, yeah, you see rook e7 and king f6. So, Candela played king f6, not king h8. So, king h8 was better. The way suggesting take on b7, queen c8, and queen h5.
Look at this image. You have Lei Tinji. She is fusioning with the board. She is a piece herself on the board. So, and here we have the image with king e7 being played. So king e7, queen f. No, rook e7, king f6. Now we have, this is a live position on the board, so rook d6, and of course if you take on d6, queen f8 and h8, this position is completely lost or completely winning for white.
Yeah, and queen g7 check. Yeah. That's it. That's it. The game is over.
And the handshake, the traditional handshake, which starts the game and finishes the game.
To Lei.
By the way, different question about the handshakes. Who was the person that you played who had like the most strong handshake? Yes.
Oh, I never thought about
because
that.
It's, you know, it's especially...
Some of them has, yes, some of them has.
At the beginning of the game, by the way, I remember, because I asked you, and I remember when you play against Nona Gaprindashvili.
She has the handshake.
And
like
I
that.
also, like, you know, it's a powerful handshake, so at some point, you know, I'm not sure, I was not sure, yes, that we are not going to wrestle with Nona. And shows character, of course. And I think that this ritual is very important.
Yeah, I don't remember. I remember who did not shake the hand, but I don't remember who shake it strong. Maybe, by the way, maybe now I thought about it. Maybe Bahadur Jubava was that guy that I had that experience.
Oh, okay.
With handshake.
So Bahadur shows you immediately that I'm there.
Yeah, yeah. Some of them are opposite. Like you need to shake again.
So what else? Goryachkina, let's get back to this game because I think that, that was a very interesting change in the position. What happened?
Now Goryachkina definitely has more chances.
She actually played bishop g5. It was
wait a sec.
a very strong continuation.
Knight f6.
And rook h6, unbelievable. So we wanted to take on f6, yes? Because you said that bishop g5 was the idea of taking on f6.
Yes, rook h6 seems very nice.
But rook h8.
And bishop f5.
Wow.
Kamalidenova is doing the magics today.
So bishop f5, but then queen f5. She takes f5, rook f6. You have to sacrifice the exchange, yes?
Yes.
There is no way to save the rook after bishop b7.
Yeah.
Yes, no, rook f5 is a very good move, maybe the only
big
move.
advantage, right? With the bishop on e5. With the bishop on e5 and then pushing the pawns.
And then how should you continue? Should you play f3, g4, king g3? Because you cannot play f4, g4, then I will double on the h file and I will threaten you with all the checks. So you have to have this square, perfect square.
I don't mind once also play a5. It will be, if it will be a chance there. To keep the weakness on b7. So put the bishop on e5, pawns f3, g4 for sure. That's for the beginning.
But if I play rook h7, then you will play bishop e5 immediately, yes?
Yes, to
Maybe
don't give you rook h8.
Let's put it on the board. So there is no way for me to double on the h file, and I think this is what Goryachkina maybe forgot about.
Yes, but actually she did not have any choice. The position was quite difficult.
Oh, she was hoping for some counterplay, but can you go here, king e4? I don't know. Let's go for something crazy. I want to play king e4, king d3, and create something here. Your pawns,
So,
of
for
course,
example,
are
a5
running.
once.
a5 here?
Yes.
King d3.
And on king d3, rook e1. No. Or yes.
Maybe you should start
Rook
pushing your
e1?
pawns, no? Rook e1?
I first want to fix that problem there, because on king c2, I'll play rook e2 check.
But then I will play king d3.
King d3, rook e3 check,
king
and then
c2.
b4.
Ah, and b4. Okay, that's how
I
you
want
want
to push like that.
But then rook g8.
So now I can start pushing it. f3. Or maybe f4 is also possible.
And f4.
Or f4 is also possible, yeah.
But
Okay,
f4,
f3.
I wanted to play king d2, but then you will play rook f3. This is a crazy position. It's like I don't know how
Okay,
black
anyway,
should
white
defend.
has a big chance to win the game. And that will be an amazing result for for Kamalidenova. She's from Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan? I don't
Kazakhstan.
remember. Kazakhstan. Wow, great job.
It's a lot of young players
Yes.
representing Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan. So let's just have a look at the game between. Because I was trying.
Charlchina maybe.
No, I wanted to have a look at Maria Muziciuk and Talia Cervantes because I was not sure if she survived Talia.
Talia
but-
Cervantes is fighting to survive in the opposite color bishop's endgame.
Okay, but Maria she has an extra pawn. She managed to win the pawn, this isolated pawn. And, then
But
Shuvalova,
still, there is a
Polina.
chances, right? There is a chances in this position.
But a lot of time troubles. Maybe we should have a look at a few games. I'm trying to find the most interesting ones. Let's see, Kashlinskaya Alina against Umida Omonova. Umida who was the surprising winner in the first
Omonova.
round, and Alina entered the tournament only at this stage. So her young opponent had already played a lot of games.
Yes.
She was ready, and look at this position. What do you think? This avalanche of black pawns, c4, b3, a4,
Or the extra piece.
or the extra piece.
Which is almost fully extra, only for one pawn.
But white's rooks are
Stuck, yeah, a
yes,
little
they're
bit stuck.
stuck there. They're guarding the squares.
Yeah, also bishop is hanging on d5. If you move the bishop, e5 pawn is hanging. But on the same time, a4 pawn is also hanging. And f5 is also hanging. Everything is hanging.
But can you take on a4? Because I will take the bishop on d5, so you have to do something.
Yes, bishop is hanging. I have to move the bishop.
Bishop f3. Let's try.
Let's try bishop f3. Yeah, because bishop e4 does not make any big sense. Look, if they need, they could just capture, and the rook takes e5. So that's why let's try bishop f3.
But bishop f3. Oh, she went for bishop c4. She gives the piece.
She played bishop c4. And rook takes a4, right?
Yes, rook takes a4. So maybe it was one of the ways, especially with only 7 minutes on the clock, to simplify and stabilize the position.
And to fix that the opponent is fighting for draw and nothing more.
But at the same time, if you can play bishop d3 here,
What's the problem with draw, right?
it's attacking the pawn on f5. It's like I'm not sure that was Alina's best decision, but I can understand that when you're very low on time, you want to play the positions.
You're risking
yes.
much,
Yes, exactly, where you're just pawn up.
Yeah,
And
it
this
seems
is
like very close to draw. So this is a way where Omonova Umida could do another unexpected result with black pieces against Kashlinskaya Alina.
And Irina Krush, for me, is better against Carissa. She played very well these games, strategically very well played. So
let's take a look. Here we are.
She sacrificed and exchanged
for the pawn, and having the amazing pawn on c file.
It's not yet on c6. You remember that was our idea, but
somehow to get it to c6.
The same motive.
But from d pawn, from d file. Where she sacrificed it? I have to take a look.
She left the rook on d1.
Bishop a4.
It's a very courageous decision, I have to say, because she sacrificed an exchange for a long-term initiative. You know, there is nothing visible yet. That's
nothing concrete.
Why I wanted to praise her game. Irina and Carissa are on your screens right now. Yulia Osmak is also in between. Wonderful play. I'm not sure if she will be able to win, of course, convert this advantage, but I think she's definitely trying to improve her pieces and to push the pawn. Maybe knight f4 here. And I think she went for knight f4. You can see those knights on the board.
Oh. Huge time pressure, 2 minutes on 13 moves. Yeah. What
Should
else
black
could
take
we?
here? Rook f4. I was asking myself, what do you think? Just give back this exchange. Because there are so many threats, like bishop g6, knight g6, you know, white just wants to mate or to push c6.
And queen g4 check?
Rook f4. I was thinking, if not rook f4, what can you do here? You can play knight c6, but then I will play knight e6 and this is it. So which knight goes to c6? Maybe knight e c6. You have to keep your knight on d8.
What about be a little bit active and play queen g4?
So you want to try and to take on f4. I have to protect this piece somehow. It's a good move. I like it. What else can we do here? The rook f4 is the threat. Oh.
And knight on g5 by itself hanging.
Oh. It's like such an interesting... Okay, but I don't want to play. Like, maybe what do I have? Like queen c1.
That's crazy move.
But because I can take on g6 and like, I'm not sure.
But seems like only move to play that queen c1 or queen d2.
Oh, I could have made another move, but to bring my knight somewhere, like on h3, but maybe I'm losing, yes.
So queen c1, dear chess friends, and the knight is not hanging on g5 because of knight e6.
Knight g6, yes.
Yeah, queen c1 is exciting.
But what if you play bishop f6? Then you should protect your knight once again, because now you cannot move knight h3. And now I'm threatening to play queen g5. h4 here.
H4 and maybe h6, or what's going on here? Too many complications. On h6 there is bishop takes e5.
Yes, h6, bishop b5 wins immediately, I think.
Crazy position. White has advantage. White has advantage and good chances to win the game.
By the way, Valerie, before we are going on break, I have another result because I've just seen it. Georgian player Leila Javahishvili, she was completely winning, and I think, yes, we will bring this result shortly to you. And she was winning with white, so after the break, I think that we can announce a few results. And Valentina Gunina, of course, won.
Javahishvili won.
So Javahishvili won. So a lot of decisive games for the moment. We will take a short break, and we will be back with more exciting games and maybe a few major upsets, Valerie.
We are waiting for it.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play, and beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
This August, Washington, D.C. becomes the global capital of youth chess. 50-plus countries. One world stage. The World Schools Team Championship 2025. Where strategy meets spirit. Friendships are made. Cultures are shared. Moves are remembered. And alongside the tournament, something big is happening. Welcome to the Smart Move Summit. August 4th and 5th, 2025, right here in Washington. A global education conference exploring how chess transforms learning. Inspiring talks, practical tools, global ideas. From the classroom to the chessboard and back again. Chess builds minds, builds futures. 2 events, 1 vision, smart kids, smart moves, smart world.
Dear chess friends, Gamar Joba from the sunny Batumi. My name is Elmira Skripchenko, and I'm joined today by Grandmaster Valery Gaprindashvili. You know, every time I'm thinking, not Nona. Valery, welcome.
I think once you could say Nona Gaprindashvili.
Okay, once I can make a mistake. This is the FIDE Women's World Cup. That's why, of course, the name of legendary Nona Gaprindashvili is on everyone's minds. But we have many games to cover, and the time trouble is here, Valery. So, which game attracted your attention?
Okay, first of all, I was looking, of course, at Goryachkina's game as it goes to the unexpected result step by step. This is a position that we have right now. Last move was g4 check and king g6. Now I was considering to play rook e2 or maybe even to take on c5. That also makes sense. For example, take on c5, rook b2 and king g3. Then support to that bishop with f4.
Of course, we have many games, images, but we also have...
What about the results?
Our own, by the way, Charlize, which is always looking for players. I think that we might have an interview in a few seconds, but of course we will get ready for it. But after king g6, can you play...
aggressive,
yes, aggressive. F4, yes,
immediately.
Let's try.
Makes sense.
If you play f4, then rook b2. Let's just try
king
something.
g3.
King g3 and
C takes d4.
C takes d4. Maybe
f5 check first.
C takes d4. I can play because you want to play rook b3. Okay, let's try f5 first.
King
King
f7.
f7, and then I will take on
g4.
No, d4. I want to take on d4, of course. Because
d4.
now rook b3, I will have king f4.
Oh, in the game was d takes c5, not the best option, as we see already. Yeah, this is decisive here.
So d takes c5 was played, and now rook b2.
Alexandra will capture on b2 for sure.
King g3. But it's understandable because this idea to give up the pawn, but with a tempo that you can play f4, f5 is very important.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Charlize is here because she has a lot of content prepared for us. So let's join her and listen to the questions.
Let's go.
I'm here with Vantika, who just beat Anna Ushanina. So Vantika, my first question for you is, what's it like beating a former world champion?
It's an amazing feeling.
Can you tell me a bit about the game?
Yeah, so it was an interesting opening, and later I was getting b4, a4 minority attack on the queen side with b5, and I think she went for this c5, which didn't look quite good because my knight on d4 is very strong and she's just very passive there. And then I played b6, my rook is coming to a7, and then at one point I decided to exchange my bishop for the knight, which I was not very sure during the game. I could have kept the bishop and played also. And then later we exchanged, the rooks got exchanged, and she exchanged another rooks. And then in that queen knight versus queen knight, my pawn on b6 is very strong, and I think that's what decided the game. I got queen e7, I'm getting queen c7, and when she played queen c1, or before that only I saw already that this queen c1 knight f2 is not working because of knight e6 tactics, and then queen c7. And when it came over the board, I was really very excited that it actually came. So yeah.
You look so happy now as well, being excited. You played the first round of the Women's World Cup. Do you think that has given you some sort of advantage of being warmed up?
Yeah, for sure. Practice, and this so much of pressure and different atmosphere. Playing the first round gives more confidence and more motivation to play better in the next rounds.
And tell me, in the World Cup, what do you enjoy doing besides chess? How do you relax after the games?
I think Georgia and especially Batumi is a really beautiful city and place. So yesterday during the rest day we went to the beach and it was just so nice walking there and watching the sunset. I think that's really enjoyable and relaxing.
We spoke about this at the opening ceremony, about this being your first big FIDE event since the Olympiad, where you were part of the gold-winning Olympiad team. Tell me, how do you think your chess has grown since then?
Yeah, I've played a lot of more open tournaments, strong tournaments, played with many strong players. I think I've learned a lot and I hope I can use that experience here.
And since then, you've also secured a sponsorship deal with LG, am I right? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I'm truly happy that LG is sponsoring me now, which is helping me, to take high-level coaching, play many more tournaments, and I hope that they just keep supporting me.
Well, thank you so much, Fantika. It's a really good start to your second round, and good luck for the rest.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Charlize, for being there for us. And Valerie, what a joyful interview. First of all, a win against the former world champion, then underlining how beautiful Batumi is this, and this is one of the major events of the chess calendar for all of the players. So I'm looking forward, of course, to seeing the second game of this match, but what a way to start with the win.
Yeah.
For Fantika Agrawal, and maybe let's show where the game went wrong there.
Let's take a look at the decisive moment. This is a position. Last move was rook c1, and here Ushenina start doing the mistakes. I'm saying start doing because later also was a huge mistakes. She played knight d3 instead of knight d3. It was much better to play knight e4 to keep the pressure on f2 pawn also. Instead of that, she played knight d3, rook takes c8, queen takes c8, and queen e7. After that, the black's position is quite tough, but still, black did the blunder, can say like that, queen c1, check and take on f2.
The thing is, Valerie, because in the game we know that Anna went for the f2 pawn, so if the knight is on e4 or on d3, the idea here for me is not to play queen c1 and knight f2 because you're losing in the same way. So what can you do, let's say, if we play the same variation here?
So rook takes c8,
yes,
queen takes c8. Instead of knight d3, I'll do knight e4. Yes.
I just want to compare the lines because white is playing rook c8, queen c8, and queen e7 anyway. So we know that you cannot play queen c1
and knight f2 does not work.
And knight f2, so you need to make a waiting move here because your knight is not going anywhere. So how can you hold this position? Because I feel that also the knight from this e4 is getting closer to d6 and protecting the pawn. So let's say if you make a move like h6, here queen c7, what do? You have to play something. Queen a8, it's the only move. I think that Anna Ushenina underestimated that after queen a8, here her chances are fine.
And the pawn on h6 is also a useful move, kind of. It's not only waiting move.
You cannot attack the pawn on b7 once more, so that's the only move, but it holds.
Yeah, compared to knight d3, if the knight is on d3 now, there could be
a lot of double attacks, maybe.
Queen d7, queen d6. Yeah. Anyway, so what happened in the game after knight d3 and knight takes f2 was queen d8 check. That's just a brilliant
idea.
Yes, king g7 and knight e6 check. That just ending up the game. If pawn does not take on e6 and king h6, then it will be just a checkmate. From h4, and in the game black capture on e6, and after queen c7 white is trading, forcing the black to trade the queen on c7 as there is a check, and after taking on c7 pawn takes and promotes to c8, and the great victory for Fantika in the first game of the second round.
I think that Carissa actually managed to turn the tables around, Valerie. Yes, let's
Let's take a
go
look.
to this game immediately.
And she won.
Yes, she won the game, and of course we're expecting her to be with us at any moment. But what happened?
Take a look what happened.
Did
Queen g4, bishop c1 instead of queen c1 that
but
we were
Queen
suggesting.
g4 is a very strong move, like spotted by Carissa. Bishop c1, but with the same idea that black cannot take on
But
g5.
still, bishop on b2 stays much better. Pressing that diagonal. h6.
h6 was played. h3.
Yes, and the difference is that we have no bishop takes e5 now, if the queen was on c1.
But now you have h3. You see, you can play h3. Where does the queen go? Queen is forced to retreat to c8.
Yes.
Knight f3.
Knight f7.
Yes, knight f7. And here I can, well, I feel that Irina still has something, yes?
Knight h4 is like big trouble for black.
But you can play c6 now that the knight went to...
On the same time.
Yes. We were hoping to play c6 for a while now, and you can play c6 here, so...
So knight g6 is kind of blunder, right? That was in the game. Knight takes g6, knight takes g6, bishop takes g6, and queen takes h3.
No, but white is
still does not have
like,
to be losing,
okay,
right?
yes, of course. So maybe Irina was in severe time trouble.
Yeah, she was in the time trouble.
She played bishop f5 here, but like it's understandable because she wants to play c6, c7, but at the same time the knight goes to d6 here. So like queen h5, knight h4, knight e5, and it seems that this was the crucial mistake here. She played king g2.
Later I saw something amazing. Here in this position, knight h4, queen takes d2. Oh, come on.
So she blundered the queen.
Who is that?
Oh.
I understand that maybe she became upset that she lost the big part of the advantage, but blundering the queen in one move.
But let's just have a look. Let's continue. What if I play queen f5 here? Okay, let's see. She wanted to avoid queen rook f5, and she thought that this endgame was losing. I understand, of course, because she didn't want to trade queens unless there is something here.
Yes, but why not to play queen d1 though, for example, or queen b3, or queen d1, any of them. Queen d1.
Queen d1 I like. Yes, you have to keep the queens on the board, and you need to protect the f3 knight, of course. Yes, okay, attacking. So rook f7.
Rook f7, take on g7.
Take on g7, rook g7, or king g7.
On king g7, queen d4 check, and knight is free.
Okay.
There has to be enough compensation to survive here. I mean, to don't lose the game.
I agree with you. I think she was disappointed, and she simply lost her mind, and in this moment of darkness, she blundered the queen.
Otherwise, in this moment, Almira, after knight h4, knight h4, no?
Also knight h4 was possible, taken on g6 with the second knight. It's a pity. It was a very interesting sacrifice, but you need energy and time to bring all the moves, precise moves, the follow-ups, and Irina, she succumbed in the time trouble.
Isn't it just winning? For me, it seems like winning after knight h4.
Might be, of course.
I'm just gaining another pawn there, and...
But then maybe Carissa will explain and give her thoughts, about this game. Let's get back to, I think Anna actually drew against Ina, so we were right. This position was very solid for Ina.
Very good result for Ina.
And a very unexpected result, at least from our side, but Hampi won this game. The blunders are everywhere. Let's just see what happened. I think something terrible happened on the move 33, because I can see that the position is rather balanced, and then white blundered the pawn on a3, and Hampi converted her advantage. As you can see here, bishop b8, yes, and she forgot about the pawn on a3.
Oh my God, what is that?
She wanted to, here, you know, the thing is that she didn't see the clear way to equalize, so she played bishop
Rook
b8.
e2 also hanging, right?
Yes, with the idea of bishop a7 and maybe equalizing in this way, but she completely forgot that the pawn on f3
There
was
another pawn.
on, like simply hanging, it was on air.
Wow. And we see Alice Lee on the camera. Look at her look.
But by the way, we left this game for a while.
Yes, let's take a look.
But she didn't manage to convert her advantage, and I think right now she's sort of defending, creating counterplay. But it looks
Very
that
close to draw.
yes, the game is going to be drawn.
Okay.
You have to watch out for the g4 pawn. But what about Alexandra Goryachkina?
Let's go
Will
to the
she
game.
be able to hold this one?
Rook b3. I'm not sure about that move. Was not it something better there instead of rook b3? Because after rook b3, f4.
But f4, maybe she wants to take on e5.
Take with the rook.
So, and then rook c3, let's try. Maybe that's Alexandra's chance. She wants even to play d4. No, rook e5 is too much. But what if you play d4?
So f5 check, king f7.
f5, yes, of course, I will play king f7, and then you're in trouble. But why can't I take on e5 first? Is there a difference? Because if I take rook e5, then you take rook e5, so my idea doesn't work. Rook c3, you will play king h4, and then the king will come to g5. That's why it's important to play d4. So here in this position, you see, let's just show it, maybe f4. On our analysis board, if I play rook e5, it doesn't work because I take on c3, I take on c5, but it's not enough. King h4, rook c5, f5, king f7, and I think that after king g5, here white is much faster.
Yes.
But it's still a race, you know, you will play b5, you will take on b5, take on b5, then I need to
Is it necessary to take on b5?
You want to play a5?
Rook e6?
Rook e6. I wanted to play f6 and rook e7. So that's why I wanted to take on b5 and f6. Just to be one move ahead.
So b4. Yeah, it's
f6,
forced.
yes. b4,
Check, king
rook
f8.
e7, king f8.
Rook b7.
Yes.
It came over. Huh?
Yes. So I think that
The king is in trouble,
yes,
black king.
your king is supporting the pawns.
Yeah.
It's
Okay,
very
what to do on
important.
rook b3 though, in the current position?
So rook b3, you cannot play f4 because I will play d4. It's actually not rook e5, but d4, and I think that black is in time.
She played king h4,
King
it
h-
seems like correct move, right?
It's a very strong move.
Useful, planned one. So, all good there. And f4, f5 is hanging now. Seems like Kamalidenova is very close to the victory.
But king h4 is a very strong move because after f4, once again, she doesn't allow d4. So king h4 with the idea of playing f4, and in even if you transpose into all the other lines, your king is already on h4 after all
What
the
about
checks.
d4 anyway?
So king h4,
d4.
d4. But then I
Should
can
we
take
capture?
c d4.
Yeah.
Rook
And rook takes
f3.
f3.
Okay, that's
This is
your
what I
idea.
wanted.
Okay.
But rook b1 is very strong.
You get rid of one weakness, yes, but I am attacking another one. So what can you do here? Rook
Bishop on
e7.
e5. How strong piece is it? Huh? Bishop on e5.
But rook e7 here after rook
b6
b1,
check.
rook b6, and then your king is coming again, yes? So, or even g5. What do you do?
Yeah, g5.
King
Why
f7,
not? If I will
g5,
put
yes.
g5, g6. Yeah.
Alexandra Gerechkina is defending stubbornly, but I think that if Meriet Kamadenova will continue to play precisely, she will convert her advantage.
Yes, also they are not in the time trouble anymore. They have already the second control.
And Charlize is here with another interview. Valerie, who are we going to have next? Let's find out.
Very interesting.
I'm here with Carissa Yip, who just took down Irina Krush. Now, Carissa, before this match, when the pairings were out, we all said that this is definitely the game to watch. We've got Irina, Grandmaster, the older generation of American chess, and you, the up-and-coming new one. How did you feel about that before this game?
Yeah, I mean, I've played Irina so many times by now. We play probably every U.S. championship, so I feel like I know her quite well as a player. She was my teammate for several, world teams and Olympiads. So I also know her pretty well as a person. And yeah, she also knows me as a player, I think. So it's kind of funny that we came all this way just to play each other twice. But yeah, I mean, I thought it would be a good mashup. It would be a fight.
And how do you prepare against someone that you've played against so often? I was watching your game in the beginning, and d4, f5, immediately you played and you stood up with full confidence. Tell me about the decision in that prep.
Yeah, I mean, full credit goes to my coach, Wender. I mean, I think we just thought that the Dutch would be sort of nice surprise. I've been playing kind of a variety of openings recently, so we thought we could sort of just test this one out. And yeah, I think the opening didn't really quite go as I planned, but I got position, and that's sort of the goal.
And you played the first round of this World Cup on board one, so narrowly missing the chance to sit out in the first game. Do you think that this was a good thing in the end, that you are more warmed up for your chess?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a bit annoying to have to rebook my flights last minute. I think I found out that it was, I mean, usually it's like the top 25 seeds sit, but this year it's the top 21. But overall, I think rating is rating, first of all. And it's just good to sort of get warmed up for a tournament. Like, I'm really happy that my game against Irina is not the first game that I played here.
Yeah. And in a format like the World Cup, it being a knockout, it's kind of an all or nothing thing. Or do you take it game by game?
Yeah, I think the match format is definitely interesting. I mean, I guess I think players fight harder here. Also seems like they generally take less risk. So I wouldn't say it's kind of like your, average game in a Swiss or something like that. But, in the end, chess is just chess.
That's a good quote. Chess is just chess. And my final question to you is, in this World Cup, we've got, stronger players who have been here forever, and then we've got you, the up-and-coming newer generations. How do you see the style differences, especially now? We can talk about that with your game against Arena.
Style differences. I mean, I'm not really, say, so observant of other players. Tend to just kind of focus on my own chess. Probably the biggest thing is that the younger generation grew up with like stronger computers, engines, and obviously that influences our play. Again, I can't really say, I don't really know for sure how. And, it might not just be like an age thing, but it could be a geographic thing too as well. A lot of these players are very classically trained, and I kind of just, I assume like I and Alice and other young American players kind of grew up just sort of, playing at our local chess clubs and stuff. So.
Okay, I said that was the final question, but I actually have another one for you. So the stakes for the World Cup are also for spots for the candidates, right? This is, of course, something, the bigger picture. But you have just come off of winning the Currents Cup, which is one of the most elite women's tournaments in the world. So even though you were 22nd seed, you are for sure the dangerous player to watch. Do you think about this in your games?
Oh, I mean, definitely not. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. People have good tournaments. People have bad tournaments. You know, I got very lucky at Karen's Cup in a lot of my games. So I don't really think that's like, oh, obviously I'm, up and comer. Again, it's just one tournament, but yeah, I'm hoping to just sort of continue proving myself.
Always humble. Thank you, Carissa, and good luck for tomorrow's game.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We have a very surprising guest, Katie. Welcome back also to our studio. The second round of the Women's World Cup is underway. We just heard a very interesting interview by Carissa Yip, and she is definitely on a roll, Valerie, because she just won the strongest event, I think, in the world, the Cairns Cup. And she just defeated Irina Kruijs, swindled a bit. It's in her style, but she once told us and the audience that she was feeling very happy, when she was swindling her opponents. So, well, you have to find those tactical ideas, and especially, when your opponent is under pressure, it's not easy to find all the best moves. And that's how you create errors. Alexandra Goryachkina is trying to save her game.
And she is thinking after king h4. Actually, there is a lot of things to think about in this position with black.
You have the live position and the analysis position, which we were trying to anticipate a little bit, which line is possible. So after king h4, black can play d4, and Alexandra goes for it. C takes d4, rook f3. This will be the biggest upset of this event. Her young opponent is very determined, and I was wrong because I thought that this game was going to be drawn.
Yeah.
But Meruet, like move after move, posed a few problems, like as you would say, small problems, and gradually, Alexandra's position was becoming worse and worse, and she missed a brilliant tactical idea, bishop f5, like first winning 2 pawns, but then forced to give back an exchange.
Before also it was knight e5, if you remember, in the opening, knight e5 was kind of blunder.
So Alexandra is not being quite herself today. She is the defending champion. She won the World Cup in 2023. And c takes d4 is on the board. So after rook f3, white has to play rook b1 and rook b6 to activate the rook from the side.
Rook f3 is also forced, and rook b1.
I don't think that I've seen Alexandra in such a situation, but during the World Cups, because in the first World Cup she was playing in the final match against Alexandra Kostyanyuk, so this was the final of 2 Alexandras, and she only lost against Alexandra.
Alexandra lost against Alexandra.
Yes. By the way, Alexandra Kostyanyuk has a sister, Oksana, and Alexandra Goryachkina also has a sister.
Yes, Anastasia, right or not?
Also Oksana.
Oksana?
Yes, I think.
Oksana.
Yes.
Yeah, you are right. She was even playing the Youth World Championship last year. I saw her.
So, it's a tribute, to...
But Kostyanyuk's sister is not playing chess.
She was playing chess, but she's a very successful filmmaker. She's a very creative... She has a lot of creative projects. So
Okay.
This is the game of the round, I think, Valery.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, and it could be the biggest upset of today's round. Maybe we can
Let me have a
take
look at the results.
Yes,
a lot
this
of
is what
games
I
are
wanted
still
to
in
say.
progress, but Nana Jagnidze is still playing. By the way, let's have a look at this position. It's a mess. Valery, Nana Jagnidze against Daria Charchkina on the 8th board. I see the pawn on h3, I see the pawn on d7, you know, it's
How
a
are you
mess.
saying her last name? How are you saying her last name?
Charchkina?
No, the Georgian one.
Jagnidze.
Yeah, I hear like Jagnidze.
It's like more Zagnidze?
Yeah, it's
more
yeah,
like
it's more Zagnidze.
more
It's
Zagnidze,
more
okay.
Z.
Z. Okay. Zagnidze. So
That's her style.
h3, exactly.
style.
Nana's style.
So what's going on? h3, g takes h3.
You are here to tell us. You know?
Black to move.
I watched the movie yesterday where the two characters were not, well, they were not revealing secrets. So one of the characters played by George Clooney asked Brad Pitt to tell him, what is your technique? You know, so it's something like this, something like we are trying to tell our viewers. And Brad Pitt was telling, I'm not telling you my techniques. Why? And he said, you're going to steal it.
So could I keep secret also? No.
No, you have to
Don't say
reveal.
what to play with black.
You have to reveal everything, even your opening preparations. So
Okay, then f5.
F5 here.
It's just necessary to play. Otherwise, the things could go wrong. f5. As we start with sacrificing h3, we have to go till the end. As in the old Russian books, you say A, you have to say B.
Okay, so F5, what can we do here? We have to take on F5, yes? Because I
Take
think
on
your idea is
F5.
to bring the knight g6, knight h4, or rook h6.
With
What was the-
f5? With f5, yeah, if you move the knight, then it will be queen g3 check also.
Yes, but I think knight f2,
Yeah, knight
if queen
f2,
g3,
knight g6.
then I
no,
thought...
yeah, no,
I
knight
will-
f2, definitely
King
knight
f1.
g6. So knight takes f5. Oh. Actually, the position is crazy. You know? The pawn on d7. Here, the white king is open. Who's gonna be first here? But it's good that they are not in time pressure anymore. They have a time to think. So we are at Nanaza. Yes, here we are. Here we are.
30 minutes are added after the 40th move.
But we don't have f5 on the board yet on the video. She's on the video. She's still thinking.
Is it so cold in the playing hall? By the way, I wanted to ask you.
Cold inside, yes.
Yes, because Daria...
As less players inside, it is colder.
Daria is, is wearing a coat almost.
So on the 4th, 5th hour, it's much colder because less people in the playing venue. Yeah, she's thinking about f5. I think she will do that. Let's take a look at other games.
I think the game between Harika and Nandinda is rather balanced. Then Vaishali. Okay, Vaishali managed to outplay her opponent, I think.
Lakhno Ramidu is also very, how to say it, easy life for black. Last move was king g4. Now black can just push the pawn.
You want to play c4?
Why not?
I thought that you wanted to attack, but I will take on h6. What else
C3?
to do? c3, because like the bishop, maybe rook h8.
And so on c2 you are catching
Yes,
it.
I also want to play rook c8, yes. Maybe let's show it on the board.
Yeah. So c4.
c4, rook h6. c3,
Rook h6.
rook h8 back.
Yes. c3, rook h8.
And I want to play rook c8, of course. So unless you're
96
playing king
I have to
d6.
do.
96. I thought that you're going to play king d7.
96 to attack on f4. Actually, if I wanted to attack, that's why I didn't do it
Yes.
earlier.
Why you didn't play rook
To push
96
c4,
anyway?
c3 if I couldn't promote. So 96 immediately.
Ah, but maybe I will play f5 here.
On 96.
What else can I do here? f5, knight d4 back, and then I will take on h6. But then we are entering the same variation. You have to play c4.
Is not it possible to play knight f5? It will be just rook h8, and yeah, no point of capturing that pawn. And c4.
No, you can take on f5, of course, but I can...
Kind of not the mood of the position.
No, but I wanted to show you something. Knight f5. No, just get back to this analysis. It's a beautiful position from aesthetical point of view.
Knight e6.
Knight e6, f5, knight d4, rook h6, knight f5. I like, and I thought that black is actually losing after king g5, protecting the the rook, but king e5.
Yeah.
But it's a beautiful position. So
Yes.
how you can keep the game going, because here after knight h6 I am actually in time. Just show it why I want to, before king e5 just one move back, king g5, because what happens after knight h6? Yes, you're just taking on f6 and black is losing probably. Yes,
So c4?
maybe. I'm not even winning here, but then c4. I thought that it was a brilliant idea, but oh no.
No, it's not. Yeah. The black
c4
is
and
on
you're
time.
still on time, of course, yes.
Bishop f5 does not make
Yes,
sense
we
because of
shouldn't
c3.
forget, yes, that you can always sacrifice your knight and then trade
And she
the
did
pawns.
knight e6. Avramidou did knight e6.
What do you have in the game between...
Okay, it is very close to draw.
I think that I saw a surprising result. Wait once. I think that...
What about Mozichuk Maria against...
And by the way, Theodora
Cervantes?
Inach won in style, so with the black pieces. I told you, she's the type of the player who has the potential to perform well in knockout events, because she has a very aggressive style also with the black pieces. So even if the things are not going well with the white pieces, she will always
Don't you have
try.
a feeling that she won like easily? She just tapped
Yes.
it and just ended up. Yep, and the last position is that. But before that, we are considering her game. We were saying that she has a big advantage after bishop f5 as the pawn on c2 was hanging. So this is a position. And she just took on c2, and later she just did well.
Look at all those light squares.
Yeah.
The bishop on f5 is a monster. When you don't
Yes, it
have the
is.
counterpart, this is it. It will always protect the pawns and
Now taking on
support
c4
the
is
pawns,
impossible because
course.
of c5. So black, on the same time that they have the pair of the bishop, they also have the extra pawn. Okay.
Very well played. By the way, Leila Javahishvili won, as I announced it,
Yes.
of course. So it's a very important victory for Leila with the white pieces. Bela Khatinashvili is still playing. She has a very strong opponent,
Oh,
Nurgil
we did not
Salimov.
review it at all.
And I think that Nurgil is much better here, even though that the material balance is equal. But you have the c6 pawn. What do you think, Valery?
Seems like, and the knight also on d5.
And what I see is the king marching to c5. King e3, king d4, king c5, king b6.
It's white to move, so why not? King e3.
So let's start with king e3. Maybe bishop b6. But you can
On
still
bishop
play
b6, king d4. Anyway.
Yes, this is a very
So what's going on in the rook's endgame?
plan.
Take, king f8, king d6.
No, I think you cannot take. Because,
With black?
Yes, on d5, after... As long as your king is very close to the pawn, I have the feeling
I'm
that
just showing it. is it so closed or not? So king d4, take, take, king f8.
I don't know, let's play king c5. I want to bring it to b6.
B6, and that's it. Yeah. Just promoting.
Oh, winning the a4 pawn, of course,
Okay,
and then
promote.
reshuffling.
So after
once
king
again.
e3, what to suggest for black? It's even difficult to suggest anything, as king on c5 will be the monster. Seems like losing.
Just like, of course, white has a very important advantage here, and you need to find precise moves to convert it, but king e3 is a very good start, so bishop b6, king d4. What can you do here? But can you play rook a5?
That's the only chance, yeah.
Just simply not to allow my king to penetrate the king's,
Knight
the queen side.
b6, there will be rook b5. Yeah. So then just knight c3?
Ah, knight c3 winning the pawn. Oh, knight c3, can I play bishop b3? I think it's losing, yes, because you will go for c7.
And then king goes anyway.
Oh, and then you're winning also the pawn on a4, yes. So knight c3 is a very strong move. This is it.
Yep. Okay, let's go to another board.
Priyanka against Claudia Coulon, maybe, because we haven't seen it.
They
but it
already
seems
played.
They made a draw?
No, they played the previous round. No.
No, yeah. Well, there are a lot of players in this event, you know, Sama. And, you know, Carissa told us that she had to change her tickets because of the rating, of course, changed. But as you can see, some have left the event. Valeria.
She was playing in the first round.
Yes.
She was playing against Tanya
Yes.
from I don't remember, but from some Latin America.
And she had to play the tie breaks, yes?
Yeah, she played the tie breaks. It was a very exciting first round where she won with black the first game, and then she lost with white.
By the way, another crazy position between Antoaneta Stefanova and Elina Danilan. Yes, you have the general view of the playing hall with all the flags of the participating countries which are exposed. What a beautiful image.
Yeah. The playing venue is amazing.
So let's have a look first
I went to Stefanova.
Stefanova and Danilan Elina. King is on h7, queen is on h2, you know, rook on g1, everything is open. What do you think? Just a quick look. What can we do here with white?
It's white to move.
Yes, white to move, and it looks dangerous for both sides.
Yes, it is.
I was looking at this move, bishop
Bishop
g8,
G8,
but
yeah.
I'm not sure if it's yielding white any advantage. Let's analyze it for a second.
So bishop G8.
Maybe you can play
G7.
king g7, yes. Then I thought I could play
E6.
queen h5.
Oh,
No.
queen h5.
Yes, that was my idea. What can you do here? Queen e8 is the only move?
Queen e8.
Yes. Okay, now your bishop is still hanging on g8. What can you do here? Can you take on f5? Queen f5? Because you cannot take on g8
Yeah.
with neither of these pieces. Yes, king g8 is not possible. So what do you do here? It's
After queen takes f5.
it's an
Maybe rook
absolutely
c1?
crazy position. Oh, rook c1, what a
But queen
wonderful
f6 check.
tactical
Yes,
resource.
but queen f6 check.
But king g8?
And then take the rook on c1.
But then I have, wait a second, let's forward, let's have a look at this variation.
Queen f6.
It's one of the craziest lines I've seen recently. Elina is on your thing, so on your screen, so king g8,
And just take on c1.
but then bishop e4.
King
Let's show
g1.
it, let's
Yeah.
show it.
Okay,
What is
let's go.
happening here?
Queen f6, king g8, rook
But
takes
rook
c1,
takes one,
bishop
bishop
e4,
e4.
king g1. And
Is it
queen
winning
h5.
for white? No, queen h5. Wait, but this can't be, because you know when you're calculating this line, you cannot play rook b1. You cannot enter your rook with, you know, with the tempo. So queen h5. But can I play something here?
Something, definitely, but but what?
So king g1,
The
queen
perpetual
h5
check we have to do.
Yes. But what else can we do here?
It's crazy. Yeah, just a perpetual check. There is nothing more than the perpetual check. Yeah.
But it was worth analyzing. You know, I'm not sure any of these moves are going to happen on the board. But let's move to the game between Polina Shuvalova. I think it. We have a crazy position on the board. So Gulnar Mamadova and Polina Shuvalova. What do you think here?
Let me think.
Yes, you need time to think, of course.
Let me think in this position.
So, what about time? 8 minutes for Mamadova and 18 minutes for Polina Shuvalova.
What a crazy thing is
and
happening
she just
here.
played rook b8. She needs
did
to
rook
stop
b8.
rook a8, of course. So rook b8 was probably forced. What do you think?
I was just first what I was thinking about, that was h3, h2, sorry.
Ah, okay, because now I think that I can take on g3. So king g3 and rook b7.
And just a draw.
Yes, and it's a draw. But
So
let's,
that's why I was
let's
thinking
move
about
back.
h2.
So rook a4, what if we play h2 here? Rook h4, you have to stop the bound. Rook h4. Because I don't think that king g2 was stopping those pawns anyway, because you can play rook h8, yes?
Yes.
And h1. So rook h4 is the only move. But then how can we continue with black?
That's a problem. What about bishop e4 check?
And Mamadova played such a complicated game where you have to calculate, and it's a race. Even now, she played tie breaks yesterday, which was very grueling, tiring for her.
Yes.
And she managed to bounce back and to play such an
a crazy
interesting game.
yeah.
Yes.
So here is king takes g3, right? No, it's not. Promote and b7 is hanging. No, it's not. So what's going on here? On h2, what the white has to do?
Rook h4. No,
rook
you
h4
have to do rook
and bishop
h4.
e4.
Rook h4.
And bishop e4 check.
Bishop e4. But what if I take?
Oh my God, I was thinking about g2 and that I am promoting.
No, king e4. Like,
I
the
was
commentators are getting tired, of course.
G2,
This I can
that's what I
see. This I
promote.
can see. Yes, because you
promote,
also have the bishop on c5. You know.
Nothing I'm
No,
promoting
but
here.
after rook h4,
Yeah, after rook
I think
h4.
maybe you can try rook g8, and you want to play g2. What am I supposed to do here? G2 is the threat. Ah, but I can play b8 and then king g3. I have this idea. No?
Yep.
b8 first, let's show it on the board. b8 queen. I just sacrifice this pawn, no need for complications,
take
and
on
king
g3.
g3. Okay, this is a draw. This is the way to draw this position.
Yes. Okay, something is going on there.
She decided not
Rook
to take on
b8.
g3. What happened? Rook b4 is on the board?
b8, rook b4 on the board.
Oh my god, but she forgot that rook b7 can be played.
Oh.
Rook b7 is winning. She completely forgot that she doesn't have rook b1, Valerie. I think that this is it.
Oh my God.
Rook b7 and rook b7 I can play h2. This is it, and bishop
Oh
e4.
my God, such a huge blunder.
This is a blunder, and I can
know what
see
I
that
mentioned?
Polina she knows it. Look at her, she knows it.
Yeah, she knows that. Do you know what I mentioned from the previous games? when I start blundering something in analysis, the same is happening in the playing venue.
Oh.
The blunder starts everywhere.
But as you can see from our previous line, that the bishop on c5 was guarding the g1 square. Here, the major role is played by the bishop on f5, which is guarding the b1 square. This is it, because if you could have.
What about starting with h2? Is it possible?
In which position right now?
Right now, in the current position, if we play
but
first
then
h2.
you still have this rook h4 and king g3.
Yeah,
You
just
see
rook
this
h4,
rook b7 is essential.
Yeah.
After rook b7, black is completely winning.
Rook b7, so white has to play rook h4 anyway. And how to win here?
But our pawn is on h3.
Yes.
You see, so that's
I want to take on g3.
That's the difference. But g2?
G2 or rook g7 also not possible.
No, g2, rook b1, I thought just to
G2, rook b1, just
to
gaining
win
the
a piece. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, such a huge blunder.
Let's show it, yes, maybe like rook h4, g2, rook b7, rook h2, so g2.
And then
And
rook
yes, I want to
b1,
play rook b1 and g1. She goes for rook b7. This is it. Polina Shuvalova will win this game with the black pieces. And what a dramatic
moment. Absolutely. Oh my God, this is stressing so much.
But this is such a beautiful position because, you know, geometrically you have all these checks. It's a race. And I think the biggest mistake was, of course, is like to play rook b4 here, Valeria.
Yeah.
Why? She forgot about rook b7, of course, but king g3 was secure in a draw.
Yeah.
And after rook b7, black is simply winning.
It's time to resign. Okay. Well, let's take a look at Schuchman Anna Lee Ellis.
Just a second, because I think that Gulnar is completely shocked right now.
You want to watch it?
Just for a second, because anyway, we don't have the image, yes, of the other game. Maybe we can zoom into the game between Anna Schuchman and Alice Lee. Now you have the general
also
view.
very unexpected things happened.
Really? Okay,
Yes.
so what happened?
I don't want to tell.
Let me have. You will not reveal
all kings
all your
side pawn
techniques.
gone from Alice, and now she's just losing the game.
So Alice is losing the game
Yes,
now, right
that
now?
game, she is losing that game.
I was wrong almost everywhere. So I thought that this is going to be a draw.
I think blunders again. Let's take a look where was the blunder, because there was the pawns on the king side. And she was the one who was trying to create the troubles.
Yes, with her jeep.
And suddenly all pawns gone. Yeah. The position is absolutely losing now. Absolutely losing, just hopeless. Okay, so maybe let's get back to Gulnara, but what's the point?
But then what about Alexandra Goryachkina? Maybe let's have a look at this game, because Alexandra is down to 1 minute, Valerie. This is it. This is absolutely crucial. 1 minute for Alexandra Goryachkina and more than 20 minutes for Miruet.
And what is most important, the position absolutely losing.
So what do? You bring your king e4, king d5, king c6. But what if when you play king e4, I will play rook a2?
Let's do it. King e4, rook a2, king d5 anyway.
You will play king d5 anyway, so rook a5 and king c6. Yes, this is it, because you have to give up your rook on b7.
Yeah.
And the pawn on d4 will decide everything.
Yeah.
It's not so much the extra bishop, but you need this extra pawn.
The best friends will decide everything there. Bishop on e5 and pawn on d4. King e4, yeah. It's unfortunately, we have to say that the game is over. We can, of course, watch it, but the game is actually over. And there is nothing much happening here.
Like so many games are still in progress. This round actually shows how balanced the matches
it's already
are.
balanced.
Osmak Yulia is probably winning, I think.
Goryachkina played the move. Maybe let's take a quick look at Goryachkina. She played rook c2, stopping the king from going there, but white can do it step by step. Even rook g1 check, I think here is quite unpleasant.
Cutting the king even more because she cannot play king f7.
Yeah, on king f7 it will be just rook g7.
King h5 or king h7 is forced. King h6. And king d5 now. I think she's going for her king. You need to bring the king closer.
And the problem is that the white can start moving the d pawn anytime they like.
You want to use it as a shield, or you simply want to play king e6 and d5, d6?
You know, first of all, maybe even consider the bishop c7 move, you know.
To protect the pawn on b6.
Just to have that rook forever there. And then give the way to the d pawn. So, for example, this, then this, and then just go to the pawn till the end, because sacrificing on c7 is not dangerous for white anymore. The black king is just like far away.
Less than 30 seconds for Alexandra Goryachkina, and she knows that this game is lost. She's trying to find one desperate defensive idea. She's trying to activate her rook. Rook f7 is on the board.
That's why actually I like bishop c7 more for white.
But then I can play king e6. Why not?
Yes,
okay,
of course.
It's on the board.
Winning, it's winning anyway, but
your rook is not going anywhere because you
more
need to guard the
back,
seventh rank, of course. So you have to play rook b7 and then d5. So.
And what do we have here? The few seconds on the clock for Alexandra Goryachkina.
Maybe let's stay on this game for a while, of course, because from what I've seen today, her young opponent played absolutely brilliantly.
Game, yes.
In a very positional way.
Tactics,
the beginning, yes, and then
strategy, everything.
Then
techniques, by the way, techniques on the same time. Cool.
And Alexandra is waiting for her opponent's move here. d5.
Yeah, now I
seems
think
very
she
natural
already
to me.
thinks about the next game. Next game, of course, she can win the game. Of course, she can get back to the tournament.
And like I've been doing commentary for a lot of events, especially for women's events, and I cannot even remember a game where Alexandra Goryachkina was outplayed in such a way. Valery, this is
but okay,
absolutely stunning.
Let's be straight. She made a lot of blunders today. It was a lot of blunders for one game.
But you know, in the beginning, like I had this feeling that she thought, okay, I equalized. That the game was, you know, was not dangerous. Like it was a symmetrical structure. But her opponent, you know, she was found in this small tactical ideas and improving her position. Like it was the square
opponent was
after
doing
the square.
Great. That's just a fact. But I'm just saying from Goryachkina's side that she was not her. You know, I mean, I know her different way.
So she was not very precise.
Yes. Not this way how she's sitting today at the board, for example. And rook
d5.
What was there?
D5.
Rook, no, black what played last move? Rook
b7. Yes, you were
and
forced
d5,
to play d5 is on the board.
And the pawn just goes till the end.
Because rook a2, let's at least try something. Rook a2, we need to take on a5 and on b6. Maybe her idea is somewhat of like being able to sacrifice the rook but take all the pawns, and then you will get this
That will be cool, of course.
rook and bishop, rook c5. Is on the board. But here I can even play rook a1. I don't want to give this pawn. Of course, bishop c7 is even...
What could you say about rook g7? Almira here.
Oh, rook g7, but you have rook b5. Are you on time?
When you have rook b5, do you have?
So here you want to play rook g7. I will take.
Take, and d6.
Ah, and d6. Yes, it's winning.
Winning, right?
Yes, I think. Yes, it's beautiful as well. She played bishop c7.
Yes, and then d6. Yeah.
Rook a5, d6. Is there a way that we can sacrifice something? No, this is it.
I can play even not d6, but king d6. King d6 and king c6 instead of d6. But
At this stage,
also,
with the king on h6, anything is winning.
even rook g7. Yeah.
Yes. So
Okay.
d6 is on the board.
Merwert played d6. Next move just d7 and promotion.
And this is it.
Yeah, and check.
Alexandra Gerechkina, the reigning champion of this event, has been defeated by young player from Kazakhstan, Merwert Kamalidenova.
And we have to say that she made the excellent performance. I mean, she did everything.
This is the major upset of this event
Yes, it is.
so far. Alexandra will have to bounce back tomorrow with the white pieces, but she is on the ropes, Valerie.
Yes, she is.
What an achievement.
Yeah.
We
It was
can
a-
only
yeah.
praise, the player from Kazakhstan. What a game. She outplayed Alexandra Gerechkina in her own style.
Yes, yes.
Wonderful play. So how many games do we
Amazing.
have left? I think that
On the top boards, you mean?
Lagno Katerina is still playing, Nana Zagnidze is still playing, Muzichuk Maria is still playing, Harika Dronavalli, a lot of game in
Yeah,
progress.
I think we can do the short break
Vaishali,
and then get back to the games, as we have a lot of things to do ahead.
A lot of games are still in progress, so actually while we are going to be on break, I think that our media team has prepared a very special video for you where they decided to check how well Carissa Yip and her trainer Wander Liang, they know each other, so both personally and chess-wise.
Very interesting.
Yes, let's have a look.
I'm Wander Liang,
Hi, I'm Carissa Yip.
and we're going to see how well we know each other.
What is Carissa's favorite chess piece?
What?
Okay, I got this.
I do not got this. Okay, fine.
What the?
Reveal. Queen,
You
knight.
didn't, there's no way you wrote that. You wrote that so quickly.
You know I'm a fast writer. Why would it be a queen?
I don't know, because it sounded like it was 4 letters, but then I was like, why would it be a rook or a pawn or a king? So I was like, maybe.
Okay, slow start, slow start. It's okay, we're just warming up. Okay, what is Amanda's favorite chess piece?
What? Wait, I thought this interview was about me.
We're doing both.
What? Oh, wait, actually, no. It's because he never shuts up about the bishop pair. But the knight is just, like, objectively the best piece. It's why it's FIDE's logo.
What is Carissa's favorite opening?
Wait, hang on. Wait, hang on. I want her to look at me. Okay.
Right? Wait,
Yeah.
are we going to write the same thing? I don't think this something has a name, though.
Wait, hang on. Wait, we're not gonna write this. Okay. I don't know the name of this opening either.
What is Carissa's favorite way to win a game? A positional squeeze or a flashy tactic?
Why are you pretending to think?
Oh, well, I don't really care. Do you care? Oh, okay. I guess you do have a favorite way. Hang on.
Nice. Double exclam as well.
Just like all of my moves in such games.
Who does a wonder think is Carissa's biggest chess inspiration?
What? Do I have to write that down too? Is it me?
Could it ever be him?
Wait, I think I know who this is because you told me once, but I don't know. if
Wait,
you should
I'm
write
not.
it.
I'm not sure who it is.
Wait, do you remember?
No. Wait, let me think.
Think about it. You told me this once. It's fine.
Wait, can you just write it down? I think I have my answer.
Is yours answer like? Is it like a very well-known player or like slightly less?
I don't think I should be giving you hints.
Right, but you know who I'm gonna write down.
Wait, I don't know who you're gonna write down. Just write down whoever you're gonna write down.
You can't write it down because if you don't write it down, then it'll look stupid.
No, it's fine. Just write it down.
Okay, fine.
Wait, let me redo this one. Let me redo this one. He's right. He's right. Wait, he's right. Let me do it again. Can we do it again? Wait, I want to give Andy his shout out.
Okay, Andy is the answer here.
Yeah. Wait, let me do it again. Okay.
Okay. This is a blooper.
Okay, ready?
Yes.
Wait, he's actually right though. We did have
Whoa.
this conversation right.
If Carissa could have one superpower to help her in chess, what would it be?
To help me in chess.
Mm-hmm.
I've never thought about it.
I don't know. What would be useful? Like invisibility.
Why would that be useful?
Well, I don't know. It would be creepy.
He's trying to cheat.
Maybe flight.
Wait, the answer is obvious,
Okay.
I think. Okay.
Super speed, time travel.
Wait, time travel makes so much sense.
If
Wait,
you
it
have
makes
super
so much
speed,
more
you
sense.
can like run backwards around the world and time travel. You know, right? Think about it.
Wait, no, I know you're right. I've also read A Brief History of Time, or whatever it's called.
I don't think
Brief
that's...
Theory of Time? The Stephen Hawking book? Physics. It's the theory of relativity. Wait, I'm right? I don't know enough about physics. But if you're fast enough, you go back in time.
Yeah, this is the premise of The Flash.
Yes.
Wait, it's like Superman? Okay, I've never watched. Guys, I've only read Stephen Hawking.
I don't think time travel is possible.
Wait, I'm pretty sure he said this. You know, I'm gonna pull out the book for you later.
What time control does Carissa enjoy the most? Classical, rapid, or blitz?
Do you know this one? We've never talked about it.
Well, I have a 1 in 3 chance of getting it right, and we can always redo it. So.
Wait, he's so annoying. Should we get it now?
Wait, what? What do you mean you get it now?
Just what I have to deal with.
Classical.
Nice, we hit it.
Classical.
I'm a traditionalist.
What's the most annoying chess habit Carissa has, according to a wonder?
Chess habit? Like, what's a chess habit?
A habit related to chess.
Well, sometimes we play trading games together and then she beats me, which is fine. But then she gloats afterwards. That's really annoying.
I have another
You have
answer.
another one? Okay, I'll write down that one. Oh no, I missed that gloat.
Illiterate.
What did you write?
Gloating after winning, yapping
Wait,
too much.
that's you or me?
Yes, no, that's me.
Oh, okay.
Like, isn't that an annoying thing?
I think these can go. We'll take them as the same. If Carissa had to live on one food for a week, what would she choose?
Is this the favorite food question? I don't think you can live on this food for a week. Okay, I'll write that, I guess.
I like to peek at his.
What was it?
Mashed potatoes, mashed potatoes. Wow, amazing. Live off it for a week.
Wait, they're so good.
Yeah. If Awanda weren't a chess player, what career would he choose?
Easy.
If this is easy.
Unemployed, homeless, academia. These are so different.
Wait, they are the same thing.
Okay. That's so funny. And let's swap the question. If Carissa were not a chess player,
Oh, I
what
got
career
this.
path would she choose? Philosophy, academia, complete,
You don't think I'm good enough for academia?
philosopher, writer.
You don't think I could make it in academia?
Well, philosopher is academia.
You don't think
Academic job.
you don't think I could be in academia specifically? Not even like philosophy professor? My God. Whatever, I guess.
All right.
Cool.
Dear chess friends, welcome back to the FIDE Women's World Cup. We have so many interesting games and actually aesthetically beautiful positions that I wanted to come back to the game between Gulnar Mamadova and Polina Shuvalova, Valery.
I think we don't have to waste the time and
Yes,
immediately go
let's go
to the
back
game.
to the game, because I thought that Polina was going to win rather easily because we had blunders, you know, happening. But
Okay, this is a position that we have right now. Seems like also completely winning. Completely
But there
winning.
was a moment that I wanted
Let's
to
go back, right?
Yes, to highlight, because there was a crazy game, yes, when like a crazy moment where I think that here, after rook f8 check, I wanted to show you something. How difficult it is to win a game of chess. Let's say Polina, she went king e4, but what if, no, let's show it.
Which moment you want?
Here, like king g4, after king g4, no, when the king was on g4. Before, just before, here.
Here.
So rook
Rook
g8,
g8 check.
let's say king h4. And I think the idea was to play after rook h8, king g3, and bishop g4 winning. But this is the moment where I wanted to show you that after d7,
Here.
yes, d7, it's just sort of a funny moment. If
Bishop
Black
E4.
plays bishop e4, and if white plays rook g2, of course you win by bishop g2, bishop f3. But bishop g2 is actually the only winning move. That's what I wanted to show you. That how difficult it is to win a game of chess, because here,
After
you know,
h3,
yes,
g2.
it's not winning anymore. You know, so because you're going to promote anyway, or bishop e7. Yes.
Wow,
So
wow.
it's just a funny moment like this,
So
you know,
black
which
has to play rook d2 here, bishop e7 check,
and d8.
king g4, d8. Is it a draw? Take, take, and for example bishop f3. Has to be draw. Yeah, king g1 and king goes to f2 and then bishop b6. Yeah, king goes to f2, then bishop goes to b6, controlling everything there.
But then let's show rook g2. Yes, here. After,
So
no.
king h4.
Once again, yes, rook e4, bishop e4 after g7. So rook g2, of course it's crazy. You were winning with bishop g2, but what if rook g2, then d8?
Check.
Check, of course, with check. So what else can you do here? Because as you can see, you can play rook g5, but then king h2, and your rook is pinned.
Yes, so it has to be king h5.
King h5 or king g4, but here white is not winning and black is not winning. So this position is somewhat balanced.
Yes,
so let's say
that's
king
crazy.
g4 here. Just wanted to show you this interesting line. I'm this
Just a
crazy
sec.
chess player which analyzes games on breaks. So king g4, and then queen g8, and king f3. Maybe queen b3 or queen f7, I think, should draw this. But okay, you have a perpetual, but you're not winning, I'm not winning
Yes,
as
you
well.
could not improve. You
So
could
what
not
do you
improve.
think?
That's amazing. That's
Of
amazing.
course. Once again, bishop
So king
g2 is
h4 was
this.
winning
I think
there.
because you need to play king h4, king g3, and bishop g4.
Yes.
So you need to use your bishop as a
Yes.
shield and threatening bishop f3. So what is the evaluation of the position right now? What do you think?
Seems like absolutely winning for black.
So what can you do? Rook d1 check. Rook d3. Rook d3 is also a very nice move. You need to play e4, e3 then.
Yeah,
right?
it seems like without that it's not winning. You have to push the pawn.
You cannot postpone this move. So let's say bishop a5 here, just to eye the square on the 8.
And e4.
e4,
No, she played rook f6 check.
rook f6 check.
Oh, rook d3, rook f6 check. Has to be bishop f5.
But bishop f5 is important as well, because then
No, she played king e4.
you have this idea of playing bishop e4. But king e4 like doesn't give away the advantage. Still bishop a5, I think.
Bishop a5, because this bishop has to be guarding this diagonal, otherwise there will be rook d2 and bishop f3 check.
But I
So
feel
bishop
that
a5.
after this move king e4, Polina, she fails to find, didn't demonstrate a clear plan. You know,
Clear
she's
plan to
dancing
win, yeah.
around. Yes, we know that she needs to push the pawn. She needs to play e4, e3, e2, but it's not clear for the moment. What,
Just a sec, I have to refresh my screen, otherwise I have the old board there. Here we are. Rook a3.
yes, bishop a5 was played and rook a3. Gulnara is also defending stubbornly here. We know that she blundered after rook b7.
Yeah, that was a huge blunder.
And somehow she managed to gain her composure,
Yes, she did.
and she needs to fight back. So rook a3 attacking the bishop. Can we play bishop b1 here? Rook a1 is not... By the way, If I play rook, bishop e1,
She played bishop b4.
what if I will play rook e1? No, it's winning, so there is no way that I can play bishop e1 here, because then I'm forced to play rook f1 and my pieces are very passive. Bishop b4, of course, is a more natural move. But rook b3, bishop a5, and then rook b5, you can still play bishop c3.
Yes, bishop goes back to
You
c3.
have to keep the bishop on those squares. Okay.
What about, again, still, instead of bishop, instead of king e4, bishop f5, does that work? It's just interesting in this moment, after
No, I
rook
think
f6
yes.
check. Just to push e-pawn, I somehow want to push e-pawn, that's why I was saying bishop f5 there.
No, but I think that you're absolutely right. We need this plan. We need to push the second pawn. Maybe Polina is afraid that white will be able to control the dark squares, and it's going to be a fortress, but it's very rarely a fortress there.
So,
Maybe we should have a look at the game. Okay, Divi actually won.
okay, here
What
rook
games
a1,
do we
king
still
h2
in
we have.
progress? By the way, we have the young Chinese player, Lu Mayaoyi. She's winning against Tokiryonova with the white pieces.
I'm just staying here as they start playing quickly and they have a few time. Mamadova Gulnar has only 1 minute on the clock. And she played king g3. That's something new. That's new. Wait a sec.
Arabidze Mary. I'm just checking the games which are still in progress.
Wait a sec. It's just losing immediately, Almira.
Let me have
King
a look.
g3 happened in the game, so after rook g2 check and h2, the game is over.
So it was another blunder.
Another blunder.
But those blunders happen for a reason. You know, you defend for such a long time and your brain is on fire.
So h2 here.
And this is it.
And that's the end.
Well, rook f1 and rook g1. Yes.
Game over, yeah. Rook f1 is the only move to stop that pawn, and after rook g1, it is still promoting. Oh, what a huge blunder.
Yes.
Okay.
Now you have to acknowledge
Now it's just simply winning.
that this position is winning.
But still, let's take a look as she has a little bit more than 1 minute. She has 1 minute 20, and she stopped the clock, yeah, after this final blunder. She stopped the clock.
Maria Muzichuk. By the way, let's have a look at this game. I think that Talia defended this endgame like a lion.
Oh.
Maria still has an extra pawn, but only 1 pawn left.
Yeah.
And we all know that, okay, at some point you will have to sacrifice your bishop for this pawn if you will not be able to block it.
I don't think it will be the best option for black, because defending that rook and the bishop against rook will not be an easy job when you have a few time on the clock.
But here rook d3, if I will play king c5 and then b5, b6.
I think I can hold that position
bishop
on
e4.
7th rank. Yeah,
However,
definitely
I
bishop
think that this
e4.
game is going to last for a while.
Yes.
So Harika is still playing. She managed to get an extra pawn on d4.
That will be another long game.
Yes, another long game, because how can you convert this extra pawn? Because as you can see,
Obviously, the position is dead draw.
Yes,
Obviously.
because the white pieces are managing this blockade on the white squares.
Easily.
The white squares. So what do you do here? Rook c3, but then I will not take on c3.
Maybe g5 somewhere is already necessary to push, even right now.
But you're not afraid g5 that you know you will weaken your king?
I'm not, but Harika has to be.
g5.
She played rook c1.
g5. You're right, G5 is,
Makes sense,
an
yeah.
excellent tile. Yes.
Yeah, because physically where is else to play and what to create, if not G5 and then H4 to weakening the opponent's king.
Nana Jagnidze and Daria Charchkina, but I think that Nana is winning now.
She's just pawn up. She's just pawn up. Excellent game, yeah. She did her style. In a complicated game, fighting till the end and finally having the winning position in the
Rook
end game.
E7 is on the board, but I think that Nana can play A5.
A5, yes, sure.
So A5, King B5, protecting, supporting the pawn. Okay, everything is hanging on H3.
Yes, H3 on the same time is hanging.
The thing is, I'm wondering if Nana is trying to calculate Rook H3, Rook E6. You know, she doesn't want to allow
Oh,
Rook
she
A6.
played King D5.
But with the same idea, because she
left
takes
that
away
pawn.
the square, and she wants to take on H3.
So if white takes on A7, take on H3, and then Rogely Rook F3, Rook F4 back. If not the straight attack even.
This is what's going to happen. You can also play King E5. You know, she brought her king closer to her pawn.
So black is just gaining the G4 pawn everywhere.
And this is an easy win.
Even if I trade the G4 pawn to F6, even that is winning because the white king is very far away from the pawn.
As you can see, Valerie, this is not the row where you had to be seated today because all games are still in progress.
Because it will not be only today, it can go to tomorrow.
So
another
Nino
Georgian player
Batsashvili,
we
yes,
have there.
of course.
And another Georgian. I mean,
Yes.
all Georgians there.
Yes.
Ah, you meant that?
So this is the row, you know, where the games are still in progress. It's a very long round. So Nino Batsashvili was defending. So how is the position right now?
Let's take a look.
Oh, I can see that she's still defending. Okay, she's 2 pawns down, but she's trying to maintain the blockade with the opposite color bishop and the rook.
Another very long game here.
Not sure that she will manage because white can.
Yeah,
Push
the white
G4,
will push
G5.
F4, G4.
Oh, but if you will push F4 with the rook on F6, how can you play G4?
I will support that F4 with the rook.
Or
from
maybe you
Frank.
can play.
Why not?
But maybe at some point you can even play F5, because how can you stop both?
G4, G5,
Yes.
right? It has to be winning for white. Has to be winning. Let's take a look at Bella Khotenashvili. That Kali Ahmed Elnaz, she also made some upset to her opponent in the first round, as I remember, because she was playing against a higher-rated player. I don't remember which one.
By the way, do you remember that Bella had a very difficult endgame against Nurgul Salimova, but now I think it's
Oh, no.
very close to a draw.
No, it's much better. No, it's much better.
So they traded the c pawn
Wait, we are
against-
talking about entering with the
Yes,
king, right?
exactly.
And it didn't happen. White didn't play king e3. Or they did. Let's take a look. They played king e3, bishop e6, king d4, rook a6.
Oh, that's the move that we haven't seen.
We missed it.
Attacking the pawn on c6, but then what happened?
Knight c3, immediately giving that pawn?
But
Why?
what if knight b4?
Yeah, why to give that pawn?
But knight b4, now that you cannot play
Rook a5. Yeah?
knight c3, rook a5.
But still,
Okay, this c6 pawn is alive, but I can
Yes.
understand that this is a much better defense. Bella has found a wonderful
and they
defensive
agreed on draw.
resource, and a draw was agreed right now. A very important draw for Bella, because tomorrow
Yes,
she's
it is.
going to play with the white pieces. So how many games do we have in progress? By the way, Vaishali, have a look at this position between Vaishali Ramesh Babu and Ule Meili Jade. She managed to outplay her opponent with the white pieces.
Completely winning for
We have this powerful
Shelley.
bishop in e5, the knight on d4, and an extra pawn on the king's side. So the king is marching to f5.
Is not it possible straightly to push g5? In the current position, the next plan, I think, would be g5. And
E5,
take with the
but
knight.
if I take?
No, you have different position there. The white king is on f5, knight on f3.
Okay,
The
yes,
current
yes,
position.
I don't have this yet because I have to look
Yeah,
on the
this
board.
is the current
Oh, of
position.
course,
It's just to
yes.
play g5 and then push the h pawn, forcing black to sacrifice for the pawn. Wait, something
But I
different
think
is
she
happening
wants,
there.
I think she wants
just
to win the
capturing
pawn on
h6.
h6.
Yeah,
Yes.
makes more sense.
This
makes
is a
more
much
sense.
easier way to convert
Yes,
the-
definitely,
the
definitely. Even why
advantage.
to play the bishop and the knight against the king when you can do it easier.
Katerina Lagno drew with the white pieces against Anastasia Avramidou. What a game. Once again, Anastasia played very precisely,
Yes, she did. She did.
and it's a very well-deserved result today with the black pieces.
Yes, it is. So let's take a look at Maria Muzichuk, which is trying to get that rook and the bishop against the rook endgame.
But you know, now that the king is cut, can you... but I can play maybe king f6 here. I am trying to bring my king to f5, maybe rook e4. I think that's your only try. You will have to sacrifice the bishop
Yeah,
at some point.
it seems
yes?
like that. Because I was thinking to put the rook on b3, bishop on f3 to stop the pawn on b7, but white can do like the stuff like rook d4 and bishop b4.
Let's say I will play bishop g2.
Yeah, bishop g2, b5.
Or b6, you mean?
You have different position.
I know, that's because I
You're ahead. Here you are ahead. Okay, I will
I'm
refresh
not
it.
sure. Yes, I'm not sure because I'm not even sure what is the current position on the board. Let's have a look. Oh, I think it's a very good move, which was played by Talia. But you know, the thing is that king f6 was played with the idea of playing bishop d5. I think she wants to keep her bishop stable, bishop d5 and rook b3. And why black actually wants to play rook d5. But then you have maybe rook e7, I don't know.
Or rook e3 also.
Rook e3, yes. So you need to keep this bishop closer. So king f6 is on the board. Let's say rook e1.
Yeah, this is what happened.
Okay, this is already on the board.
Oh, and they are in the time trouble already.
Let's say bishop g2 once again. This is the move that I was going to try.
Why do you want that bishop g2 so
I need
much?
to keep the bishop on this diagonal, which I don't know what is the square. I don't have too many squares. I don't want to play bishop d5 just in case.
If we don't touch that bishop at all, and if we play rook b3,
Rook b3.
that's a problem. And then king f5.
Okay, this is also possible, but I wanted to illustrate white's plan. So rook b3, b6. So let's say you will play bishop c6.
Rook d1 happened.
Rook d1. Still possible as well, because she can play rook e3 back, and then bishop somewhere.
Like on h1.
As long as you keep the bishop on the long
d5,
diagonal,
yeah.
of course. But so what I wanted to ask
Yes.
you, Valery, please demonstrate how white can make progress and play b7, and I will play bishop b7.
So the white rook has to be on the fourth rank.
Let's just demonstrate it.
So for example, rook e3,
Yes.
bishop h1. Here even rook b3 is possible.
But maybe then let me play bishop d5.
Yes, that's
Bishop
better.
d5 is a better move.
Yeah.
So rook e3, bishop
So
d5
bishop
is already on the
d5.
board. b6. is on the board. So how are you improving after rook b1?
Rook b1. Rook h3.
Talia played first rook a1. I think she wants to play rook b1 with the tempo.
So I want to put my rook on h4 and bishop on b4. This is my plan. I'll be happy if I can do that.
Yes, bishop b4 is already there.
So we have rook b1 check and bishop b4.
Okay, so I have to keep my bishop on this diagonal anyway, so bishop, well, bishop b7, bishop g2, I'm afraid to blunder.
So bishop h1, finally.
Bishop h1, but actually then, yes, you cannot play rook e7, I will play rook b4. Let's try bishop b7.
King c5, no, king c5, rook c1 check. Yeah, anyway, king c5. Yes, but I don't want king c5.
Yes, maybe you should play rook c3. I thought, rook c3 and rook c7. No, isn't this like the better way?
Yeah, here it already makes more sense.
So like this, you're improving. You will play b7 on the
Easily.
next move. Yes. Okay. So there is no way that black can stop it. So Talia will have to defend with her rook against rook and
And we
bishop.
have to count 50 moves there.
But she is ready. She is ready to defend even for another 50 moves. She knows that she cannot avoid it. It's a fight. I feel like we are at the long boxing match, and it's like the 15th round. The players are exhausted, but Maria, she tried to convert her extra pound, she didn't manage, and we know that this is a theoretical draw, rook and a bishop against rook, but in practice, Talia needs to demonstrate that she knows the defensive mechanisms.
That's for sure. And here
Nana
we have Nana won the game.
Against Daria Charchkina, and Nana is going to be white tomorrow.
Yes. She's in a very...
But by the way, you win with black. You're playing the second game with white.
What to do?
So what to do? How to make a draw with white?
Or do you want to make a draw at all?
Yes, but it's psychologically, it's very difficult. So are you staying true to yourself and you're playing aggressive chess or positional?
It's a good question. For example, we are talking about that in the second game of the first round. There, Stavrula was playing against a lower-rated player. She won the first game with black, and in the second game, she was pawn up in the end game, like 6 pawns against 5 pawns, rook and the bishop, rook and the knight on the board. I mean, symmetrical things, just one extra pawn, and she offered the draw.
Well, she wanted to secure her result. Of course, it's understandable.
She was not risking, Almira. I mean,
she wasn't risking?
No, not at all. But still, a long tournament, and somebody just needs to save her energies. I mean, and does not care for that 3-4 rating points.
Maybe it's not about rating, but it's more about this pressure that you feel. You just want the match to be over.
And that's it.
That's it. You just want it to be over. Yes, you don't like. But at the same time, you're telling me that she was not risking anything. So you're playing against the position. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, it's a very interesting approach. I think that it's more about pressure.
Has to be.
You just want things to be over.
Has to be.
And I know how difficult those moments are, of course, and it's a very empty playing hall. Arbiters watching. I think these are the last 2 games. No, we still have a few games, 3 games.
We have Vaishali.
Maria Vaishali.
Vaishali is just game over. It's already game over.
Vaishali is winning. So
maybe she already ended up because the position is just checkmate.
So will Nino be able to make a draw?
It will be very difficult.
Won her game with the white pieces. Indian players are supported by a lot of sponsors, by the way. So as you can see, they always wear their jackets and T-shirts where their sponsors are present.
Sponsors are there. So, this is the position of Vaishali where the opponent resigned. There is a checkmate, or king has to go on f8, and in that case, bishop c5 check, king e8, and that's it.
And we have an interview, Valerie. Charlize has prepared something interesting for us.
I'm here with local hero Nana Dagnidze. Nana, tell me what it means for you for a tournament like the World Cup to be in your home country of Georgia.
Of course, it's very nice to have such event, such important and prestigious event in Georgia. It's important for us, for professionals, and also for the kids, Georgian kids who love chess, and now I'm sure they are following us and cheering us and cheering for us. And yeah, I think conditions are fine. Place is beautiful. We have plenty of place just to go around and walk, because for chess players it's important. Yeah, so I think so far everything is fine.
And you, of course, come from a lineage of chess royalty, talking about Nona Kaprindashvili up until now. What do you think about the future of Georgian women's chess?
I think Georgian chess future is quite bright. If we consider the fact that we have very talented girls actually who are participating here. They both won their first rounds, so I'm following them and I like them very much, Kesaria and Anastasia, and yeah, I think the girls are strong, so we will see.
Nana, you've played at the top level chess for a long time in many World Cups. Tell me, what do you think it takes to win a tournament like this?
Of course, it's very important. Like, I've never won this kind of tournament in my life. I think my best performance was I played quarterfinal. I think, yeah. Of course, it's for every woman chess player. It's very important, like, to win such a prestigious event.
And we also have a big clash of generations here in the event. Do you prepare differently for the younger generation, such as your opponent from the second round?
Actually, my opponent is not that young, so we will see. I don't know. I mean, I prepare as usual, so nothing really special.
And what will success look like for you beyond results in this event?
Qualify for the candidates.
Well, good luck, Nana, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Valerie, welcome back. Dear chess friends, Valerie, we had a very interesting question today, by the way. What would you answer? The question is the following. So starting from the World Championship in 2000, which was organized for the first time in a knockout format, until the present day, so the World Cup in a knockout format in 2025, now that you know all the players, how many players did participate in that event of 2000 and in this event in Batumi? So what would be your answer? I think that we had this poll with our viewers. We had offered a few elements, to answer this question, but mostly you could have said 2 players, 3 players, 4 players, or maybe you are having your own answers.
Wait, actually I don't understand the question. Pardon me.
How many players played the event in 2000 and are playing right now in 2025?
Right now we know how many players.
No. how many players, not the number of the players, but who played both events.
There
yes,
and
there
here.
and here, yes.
Do we have some options, or I just have
Yes,
to guess?
let's say I'm giving you the option of 2, 3, 4, or maybe something else. But let's say consider those
25
options.
years ago.
Yes.
25 years ago, and now there will be 1, 2, 3, 4.
I can tell you that your commentator, I played there as a player,
Yes,
and I am
I
here
hear.
as a commentator.
Yes, so you are participating or not?
I
How to
don't know.
count
No,
it?
I'm not counting myself. Yes. So 4 yours, Sam.
Yes, my answer is 4.
And 4 is actually the wrong answer.
Thank you.
So may I reveal? Yes. Yes, let me have the results of our polls. So 1 is 28%, 2 is 28%, 3 20% of responses, and 4 24%. So the right answer, I can reveal it to you right now, it's 2.
2.
But who are those players?
Only 2.
Yes. One of those players was a big surprise for me, is Leila Javahishvili.
Yes, that has to be.
No, but she was very young at that time.
She
and
was.
Very surprisingly, because I was there, but I remember that Antoaneta Stefanova didn't play back then, and she was one of the top players in the world.
What about Danilian?
No, Elena Danilian didn't play. Another surprising player, just as a participant, was Dana Reznice.
Yes.
But of course now
She's not here.
she's not playing, but
Yeah, she's
she
not
has
playing.
a very important position in FIDE, of course. So she was a player back then. So who is the second player who is playing in this event? By the way, Nona Gaprindashvili also played this event.
So one is Leila Javahishvili, and who is the second?
Who is the second? And it's not me.
It's Indian.
No, actually, let me see, because I highlighted it myself. It was Irina Krash.
Oh my
Irina
God.
Krash, who was very young at that time as well. That was their first world championship at that time. But as you can see, that both of the players are present here, but there are only 2. So yes, and Dana and myself, I played this event, the very first World Championship in 2000. So at that time, of course, Judith Polgar didn't play, Antoaneta Stefanova, Sofia Polgar, like a few top players didn't play this event, but it was won by the Chinese player Xi Jun. So let's get back to our games.
A very interesting moment in the game of Muzichuk Maria and Cervantes Talia. After bishop e4, we have this current position where we could not go to the rook and the bishop against the rook.
Okay, let's have a look.
And,
let's bring the board.
And it seems like black is doing the immediate draw.
Okay. So this is the current position.
Yes, rook h6 check. So the point, the plan for black, the idea is to play rook b8 and just sacrifice on b7 everything, without sacrificing only the bishop, but trading the rooks. That's why Maria is forced to play rook h6 check. Otherwise, on moving on the 7th rank, it's just rook b8 and taking on b7. So that's why Maria played rook h6. Now we can do king f7 or king f5. Yes, even better. Why not to support the bishop?
You cannot stop rook b8 and rook b7.
Yes, bishop on b4 is very unlucky piece right now. Unlucky place for that bishop, so it means that there will be no rook against rook and the bishop position.
And this will be another major upset, if I might say so, because Talia defended like a lion, and yes, all game, and it's not an easy thing to make a draw against Maria Muzichuk, the former world champion,
mostly
and
with
especially
black colors.
with the black pieces. Okay, we have 3 games still in progress. I think this
game will be over soon.
They will be over soon, so let's...
this one.
This one, of course. But I just wanted to say that Harika Dronavalli
you see rook
didn't
d6
manage to convert her extra pawn,
rook d6, to capture on d6 and promote on b8. One tricky thing. I mean, in the Maria's game.
Yes, I saw it.
because there is also rook d6.
A lot of opposite color bishops on the board, and in the third game, we have Nino Batsiashvili defending. By the way, show this position, and rook b8 is already on the board, so we know that maybe. Okay, let's stay.
I mean, I think there will be the handshake here.
Yes. So let's show this.
Just take a look at
the conclusion of this game, and after rook b7, this is it.
Yep.
And it's a draw.
Did anybody
what
offer?
What a performance!
Because I don't see
Maybe
that
rook
anybody.
b7 was played, and it was sort of a silent draw offer from Talia. Maybe she simply said draw.
Like this. Okay. So we have only two games.
Performance, another
Yeah,
performance,
excellent.
of course. So Talia will have the white pieces tomorrow, and let's bring the game between Nino Batsiashvili. So we can show you another endgame where we have rooks and opposite color bishops. A lot of those in today's round, and Nina was defending the whole game, but I think that she's getting closer to a draw, yes.
She did not take on f6. She played rook b6, I think so, right? I don't see it, but...
No, rook b4, I think, is on the board.
b4. Okay, even better, yeah, to cut the king and later take on f6. By the way, she also protecting her position like a lion during the whole game.
Like a Georgian lion. It's a very rare lion.
We have no lions in Georgia in the direct way.
Yes, but I mean the Georgian players, you know.
Okay, so let's say the wolf. The Georgian wolf.
It was maybe more of a literary reference.
Yeah, somehow when I'm saying Georgian, it's as a, I mean, immediately I'm thinking about the question that was the last time, the Khinkali or Khachapuri, that is very close to Georgia. No wolf, no, you know, lion.
It's all about food.
It's all about food in Georgia.
Sapiravi?
Sapiravi?
Oh, yes.
No, that's another step.
Cha-cha?
That's the final step. You know, cha-cha is first 2-3 glasses. Later, it's not cha-cha anymore. It's cha-cha-cha.
Yes, exactly. When I was a kid, I have all these wonderful memories from Georgia. Like every summer, I was coming here, and we were actually playing a lot of chess. But all I remember is Georgian weddings, which lasted for days.
Weddings?
Weddings, yes, because I was a kid and I was attending a few weddings with my parents.
Yeah.
So there was like food everywhere. You were absolutely right. By the way, chess and backgammon everywhere as well.
Yes.
I played a lot of chess and dancing. Yes, traditional Georgian.
One.
Yes, I loved them.
That's nice. That's nice to watch.
Rook
but it is
F8.
even nicer to know how to dance. So
Rook f8 is on the board, and Nino can now capture.
She already captured that, so we are missing some moves.
Yes, we are missing a few moves. Yes, let's maybe update our boards. And this game is going
I don't
to
have
be drawn.
no extra moves. Ah, they are playing last second. I mean, they are doing the moves last second.
How many seconds do you have?
But usually right now what I see has 35 seconds and Khali Ahmed 36. It means that the last move, one of them did on the last second.
Okay, but this is it. She has the bishop on f6,
and
rook on d6 blockading,
like a dead draw.
But rook g8 cuts in the king. So can she...
Yeah, but somehow how to improve later.
I was thinking, can she play bishop b4? I think she's playing bishop b4, but of course this is not enough.
Okay, I think they are doing the moves so quickly that I have no current position. I think it is better to make the view on the camera a little bit bigger if it is possible. Then we can take the moves from the video.
And I think that the game between Nadida and Harika, it's also steering to a draw, because Harika managed to win the pawn on g3, but this was not sufficient. Maybe you can show the other game as well. So we will have one game, and the other game, yes, another endgame with the rook and opposite color bishop.
Also, I have different. Now I have the current position. Okay, that was dead draw.
And it's not even the right bishop.
Yes,
The
even
bishop on f6,
even.
you know, is the wrong one.
So, for example, after bishop f5 check, if I play rook e6. There is a check on b2. It's not changing much, but okay, it's just a draw. I think it's not actually a big interest to this position, because it's like a draw, and that's it, without any problems to solve with white.
It was a very interesting round today, Valery. So these games might go on for a while, but both games are going to be drawn, of course. So we have to highlight a beautiful performance from Miruet Kamalidenova. She beat with the white pieces Alexandra Gorechkina, and she did it in style. Talia, she made a draw against Maria with the black pieces. So a lot of results which are surprising, but also a lot of favorites which confirmed that they were top seeds.
Yes.
So late in G1,
Yes.
Georgina made the draw with
In
the black
G,
pieces.
Theodora won the game easily, we can say.
Hampi Konero had a shaky start, but she won the game as well with the black pieces. Tan Jong-gi won with the white pieces. So
Zagnidze also.
Nana Zagnidze won. Ladno Katerina was held to a draw.
Yes.
So tomorrow is going to be a decisive round for many of the players, of course, and we will be back, of course. So maybe let's call it a day for now. Valery, thank you so much for watching.
You too.
Yes,
thank you too.
And well, tomorrow at 3 we're going to be here, and it's going to be another exciting day of chess.
See you again.
See you tomorrow.